Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, November the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. You beat me to it in stock, so you guys can hear me, and can you see my screen? Make sure I'm pretty sure I switched the scene. Yes, so you guys should be able to see my screen. Okay, excellent. All right, well, EVs, guys, EVs. So there is an ETF for this sector. There it is, DRIV. I'm not sure you guys were aware of it. Look at the run it's had from 17. Now, it doesn't trade very much. That's the only issue. It really doesn't trade that much. But anyway, there it is, 17.21 a few days ago. So that is kind of the ETF, or at least one of them. I couldn't find another one. So yeah, take a look. I mean, we've got Solo. Look at Solo and FUV. Solo. I mean, 2 days, 3 days ago, 5 days ago, this was like $4, less than $4. So we almost have a double in Solo. I think the same thing. FUV had earnings and not quite the same percentage move, but Solo and FUV. And what can I say about my Candy? Look at Candy. I mean, remember, now it's pulling back a little bit in the pre-market, but just when it had earnings, it got all the way down to 6. So there's a double in what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. And NKLA, even NKLA. So all the EVs are just super hot again. Not again, they really haven't let up. NKLA. I saw Ride earlier this morning. I don't know if Ride is still up there. Yeah, I mean, they're starting to pull back, but I mean, man, oh man, what a strong sector. But there are other things happening. So let's take a look at some of the, here's an earnings play that some may know. Sonos. Again, pulling back though. I mean, big pops in the pre-market, 2088 back down to 20. So starting to fade here, but this is a big earnings play. Look at the gap up on the monthly, on the weekly, and the daily. The all-time high looks like around 23.67 back here. So Sono, a nice reaction to earnings for them. They released after hours yesterday. You can see the mauve area right here. Macy's earnings is gapping down on earnings. NNDM, yeah, still kind of holding. Some kind of I just looked at the headline, a patent allowance for NNDM. It's a 3D play. Cody, let's see if this is still hanging in there. There's a big upgrade to $10 by Citibank. Again, starting to pull back somewhat. COTY, an upgrade to $10 by Citibank. FENG, FENG. Is it still holding? Yeah, it's kind of holding. They announced a special dividend. So a huge pop here. Relatively low float, 30 million in the float. BYSI keeps, boy, what a rocky 1, 2, 3 days. Look at this, and now it continues down. BYSI. You know, just 3 days ago, this was an $18 stock, almost cut in half. AYRO. Yeah, actually, this is holding, and I want to say. Yeah, so I want to say this is part of the EV sector, AYRO, and you know, relatively low float, 21 million. Look at this crazy one, APVO. Oh, crazy in that. Look where it was just a few days ago. So according to what I just read a little earlier, there's some kind of a takeover offer. I mean, this is really crazy. This was a $6 stock. Maybe 2.5 weeks ago. Of course, it gapped all the way up to 60, but now there's a takeover offer now. Yeah, dividend, yeah, for FENG. Special dividend. MGTX. Let's see how well this holds its financing price. MGTX is a financing. And let's see, 1285 at 1285. So it's just a little bit below the financing. 5 million shares at 1285. So that's the reason for this gap down. I don't know how more active this is going to get. TDAC. This is one of those SPACs, and they have announced, I guess, the finalizing the merger with Lottery.com. BAT, guys, yeah, BHAT. I almost took this one. It said it took a high of 136, got up there again. What's our news here? Some kind of a deal with China Mobile. And it's a low float, 11.5 million in the float, way gapping all the way up through that 200-day moving average. AMBO, A-M-B-O. Just looking for a headline to provide. Yes, this is a China stock. Yeah, it's a China stock. So this is to provide Ziyang TVET Center, etc., with curriculum. So that was their news, but it has really pulled back quite a bit, 286 down to, and I'll pull back down to 240. 17 million in the float. ADTX. Certification, some kind of a certification. There's so many acronyms out there now, so they had some kind of a certification, ADTX, and that was the reason for this gap up. Another low float, 6.5 million in the float. This one, boy, for a big float, HPR. Now it's pulling back quite a bit, 889. Actually, that's a pretty big pullback. But look at the float, 208 million in the float. So the news this morning is that Bonanza Creek has disclosed a 46% stake, but this is really starting to sink now. Not sink, but I mean, from the high is almost $9 back down to $7.50. So it's pretty erratic. But look at the float, 208 million in the float. Yeah, YY actually has a pretty good recovery. I mean, it's starting to fade a little bit, but 85, I got 8 down up to 85. Actually, it looks worse on the 2-minute chart, but it's not that much, $2. But yeah, YY, what an unbelievable short for a lot of you guys yesterday. And just for your information, XYF is a reverse split today, a 1-3 reverse split. And what else do I have here? I think that is it. So again, the EVs, super active still. There's that Candy. My goodness, Candy. What did it get in the pre-markets? 1342. I mean, this is just one of those ones that, this is not easy to intraday trade. You just have to have faith, I guess, that this EV sector and, this specific one is just going to rock. And, after it had earnings, it got rocked on the way down, but look at that recovery. 577, the low. What day was that? That was on the 10th. I mean, we're the 19th now, and look at this. I mean, it's basically doubled since then, over doubled since then. I am watching Mara again, guys. I almost took some this morning, watching it to see how well it holds 3. Crypto's Riot was on the move this morning. I don't know if it's still or it's pulled back somewhat. Yeah, it's pulling back. So I'm just not ready to enter Mara again. I'm gonna wait. And it is now 9:14. So let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, so we have a few more upgrades now than downgrades, so let me just get a few of them in. MDGS is popping in here, guys. MDGS. Look at this move here. MDGS 211, 3. That's only 33%. Just like that, in a heartbeat. How many shares? 195,000 shares on that 2-minute candle right there. MDGS, what's the float? 4 million in the float. So looking left on this, 289, so it's just above that high of let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago. Look at this. Wow. I don't know if can't see any specific news on it right now. Wow, look at this move, MDGS. All right, well, let me quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. I think HUSN is actually, I think it's on my my watch list. Yeah, it's on my watch list. I didn't talk about it, but yeah, I mean, it's up 35%. Don't know, where are they out of? Yeah, they're out of China. So another China stock had big after hour pop. Just give me a moment, please. Just want to take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have. See if there are any multiple ones. Okay, let me get some of these in here now. See if I can find a... Okay, actually, I'm seeing some of the home builders, Toll, PHM, DHI. So some of these home builders are getting upgrades. Oh, wait a minute, DHI. I always want to call this Dr. Horton, and I'm always thinking it's a bio, but no, of course it isn't. DHI. So it is a home builder. So I'm just watching some of these home builders are getting upgrades. I see Target has an upgrade. I think Target might have had earnings. Let me just do a quick check. There's a upgrade, Citigroup upgrading Coty, C-O-T-Y, all the way to 10. Pretty aggressive price target. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'm just going to talk about, or get the downgrades in now. Yeah, not as many. I see ZTO, I believe it's an earnings play. I think ZTO is an earnings play today. One day I'm going to see, I see JP Morgan has a downgrade. I wonder if they would ever downgrade themselves. The downgrade by Keefe. Actually, I see JP Morgan has downgraded Fuel Cell also, FCEL. Okay, so there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Well, right now it's part of the shared layout to Kimura, so I can give you my shared layout, which, well, okay, I see what you mean. You want to, the only way, if you want to keep your layout, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. If you go to the channel bar and then go to my watch list, go to my watch list, then you'll have these three windows. These three windows. Then you can save them individually to the cloud, bring back your watch list, and then load them back. Load the three windows back to the cloud, and then save your layout again. Okay? Yeah, so to delete a horizontal line, if I'm going to put a horizontal line right on the chart, mark up horizontal line. So there's a horizontal line. So to delete a horizontal line, or actually any drawings on the charts, just go to the line. The minute your pointer changes into that icon, then left click on your mouse and click and delete on your keyboard. Okay, so I'll do it again. I'll put the mark up. There's a horizontal line. So the minute that it changes to that icon, left click your mouse, delete on your keyboard. Oh yeah, there'll probably be a 25% discount, Scott. Okay, I'm watching Fubo here. FUBO is on the move right now too. When? Well, it'll be after. I mean, you're part of the test drive, so you'll be getting an email. You'll be getting an email saying, thanks for taking part of the test drive. Here is a promo code for you. Okay. Okay, my shared layout. Let me just see here. Okay, I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to ask somebody. I don't know why, but I must have deleted the link for my shared layout. Yeah, I'm just looking for it. I don't see my shared layout anymore. Let me just see something here. Let me see if I can find it up here. Just give me a moment here. Okay, there we go. There is my shared layout on top. I'm going to put that back. I don't know why I deleted it. Give me a moment here. Okay, so there is my shared layout. Now this is what I would do. You know, you want your default layout. I would give it a name. All right. So when you have it, then I would save it, save or share to cloud. I would say entire layout. I would give it a name. Like, don't call it the default layout. Just give it another name so you can have it, and then save it. When you exit Trade Ideas, do this also, exit and save layout. You say yes. And so consequently, when you load Trade Ideas tomorrow or any other day, that'll be the layout that you see. When you say your multi-strategy window is always blank, which one are you talking about? All right, guys, I'm going to shut these two down, get ready for the open. Still don't know what you mean, Mojo or Moja. Still don't quite know what you mean. The only multi-strategy window that I'm really sharing is this one, the gap continuation. I mean, it's blank until the market opens, but are you talking about from new and multi-strategy window like that? Oh, well, the reason is that this allows you to create and put alert windows in here. That's why. The whole idea of a multi-strategy window is you take alert windows and you put them in here. So that's why it's blank. I mean, that's why it's called new, like new. You know, that's why a new multi-strategy window, and then it's up to you to put whatever alert windows you want in here. That's why you won't see anything. Okay, and again, if you want to follow my watch list, if you don't want to have my layout as such, but if you want to follow my watch list up and down in the repeating version, if you click on new from the channel bar, and right down here, Barry's watch list, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. You will get alerts here right off the bat. Look at this comeback here now for GDRX, guys. Big comeback here for GDRX. Look at this pop. This was hit hard. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this got hit because of the Amazon. Amazon really getting heavy into prescriptions. I think that's why. All right, market is going to open in about just a little over 1 minute. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. The SPY is just basically flat. Really not doing too much right now, pre-market. So I am correct. Okay, thank you, Fritchel. All right, we are due to open in less than 30 seconds, so let us have a great trading day, everybody. Second to last day with the test drive. These are the carryovers. Mara and Cliff still carrying them over in the simulator. All right, we are now open. All right, Sono, guys. Sono continues here. Earnings play. A lot of volume coming in. It's not a low float. Now, CBAT, I did notice CBAT was having a resurgence. Now, I can't remember who came out with the report. I think actually it was one of the, I'm not saying it was Goldman or JP, but one of the big guys basically saying these company had nothing. But so what? CBAT on the move here. I can't remember who it was. It wasn't one of the short sellers. And here's a SPAC that went crazy yesterday, the last 2 days. Look at this, CIIC. Now Sono is on lift mode right now. So take a look at Sono. So look left, 2138 is the high this month, and right over here, the high over here is 2360. So we're almost at an all-time high for Sono. Just one moment, please. Okay, so I know XYF looks like it is, well, it's actually, so this is a reverse split, 1 for 3 reverse split. It's getting pounded here, XYF. JMIA continues its climb, guys. Boy, what a nice few days it's had. It's actually almost at the highs. Well, not quite. Another $3 to go. This had the big run. These couple of weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks, right here. And there's Candy, KNDI. What can you say? I mean, this. This was my dark horse for the EV sector. No longer a dark horse. Okay, ZTO is an earnings play. Okay, down 10%. It's a China company. ZTO is an earnings play. Maybe some support around 29. Looking at the daily chart. And there's my other pet, GRWG. Look at this pop here for GRWG. Look at this move. Cannabis play. Okay, so now look at the market, putting in a, yeah, it's a red bar now. Wow, it's actually, the market's down. That's a big red bar in the market. HUSN, yeah, lifting here. HUSN, lifting. So if you look left, 325 is the high 3 weeks ago. And if I can take out that, then 446, 4 weeks ago. And there's NKLA surging here. NKLA getting closer to that 200-day moving average, 2841. And FUV just taking out 10. So above the high of yesterday. So I answered you. Maybe you didn't hear me, Intel designer. I answered you. So again, if you put a horizontal line on, so there it is. So move up, up, up. Once the icon changes from your pointer to that icon right there, left click your mouse and hit delete on your keyboard. Okay? How's Solo doing? I always think Solo should be better than FUV, but what do I know? There we go. I mean, Solo, I would wait for a comeback here. Yeah, that was, look at Cort, C-O-R-T. This was really active after hours. Look at this Cort right now, C-O-R-T. SBGI guy, Sinclair broadcast SBGI on the move here. Look at the gap this has on the monthly chart, SBGI. Okay, wow, Sono is just what a greater. I'm sorry, it was Solo that I'm hearing. So there's Solo catching up now to FUV. In terms of the move, I'm not talking about share price. Where are these guys out of? Eugene, Oregon, okay. All right, keeping an eye on Mara here. Just that the cryptos don't seem to, they're not in favor right now. Like, well, these two anyway. I mean, they're okay, but they're, right now everybody's just concentrating on the EVs. Let's take a look at what Drive is doing, DRIV. Yeah, the problem with this ETF is it just doesn't trade very much. You know, and it just doesn't trade very much. Look at Coty, guys, C-O-T-Y, over 6 now on that upgrade. It's a big float upgrade from JP Morgan. Putting a pretty aggressive price target of 10 on Coty, C-O-T-Y. What do they do? Beauty products, okay. Poor old Tattooed Chef. And we waited forever for this one to become Tattooed Chef. And there is where it happened. This was a SPAC. But since then, not really that good. Solo, guys. Solo. See if it can hold up in this area. It just took out the pre-market high. Took out the high of a couple of days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. All right, CAMT on the move here. CAMT on the move. And let's see, what did it do yesterday? So it got as high as 1983 yesterday. What's the float? It's a low float, 21 million in the float. Great volume so far. Ugly. G Pro. Look at G Pro. Ugly. So this high earlier this week to 840, down to $7. In jeopardy of taking out that whole number. Looking left, 665 last week was the low. Okay, MGTX is actually holding pretty well. The financing, 1285 is the financing, just 14 cents under. Not too bad. Again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I'm not saying we'll get something at 9:45, but you will not. Look at this, CIIC. Man, oh man. There goes Sono, guys. Sono on the move again. It is now above the after hours high. Sono above after hours high, which was 2136. It's an earnings play. Wow, look at XPEV. I mean, XPEV is... Gap down to 41, back up to a couple of dollar pop for XPEV. Zito continues down, ZTO continues down, earnings play. All right, look at this one, MDGS, remember, big pop pre-market. I don't even know what the news was. Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, but now it is fading. Not chartable for me at Interactive Brokers. I don't quite understand the question, Dorina. I mean, there's been, in order to see the AI strategy or the alerts, okay? All I would do is just load this window, the strategy trades all, and then you'll see the alerts. Not quite sure what you mean. I personally don't care what strategies. Here are the strategies from the AI that made the cut today, a lot of them. I don't really care that much about what ones made the cut. All I care about are the alerts we get from them. No, well, B plus has got nothing to do with the AI. B plus has got nothing to do with the AI. Okay, I mean here, I shouldn't say that. I mean, here you can see Holly AI. So I have them off. I haven't enabled the strategies. So these are the ones that made the cut. That's all. But if you want to see the alerts you get from those strategies, just load the strategy trades all window. Well, FUV, my goodness. I would not have predicted this one versus Solo. I would have thought Solo would have done better. I mean, it's still, what is it, 18%, 20%? Yeah, they're both about the same, 20%. All right, 9:45. Well, let's see if we get anything in here. Yeah, there we are. Solo 831. Now, you don't have to take them right away. I mean, it's just, this is a watch list, remember? So what do we have here for AYRO? So the next high looking left on that monthly chart is 477. So it's right at that level. Be great if it could break through 5, breaks through 5. I mean, it's got a lot of room. I want to call this an EV play, AYRO, just because it's compact electric fleet solutions, etc. So it may not be exactly. On the other hand, Club Car 411. So I don't know anything about this. Where are they? Out of Texas? Okay. Meanwhile, BYSI continues its descent here, guys. Keep an eye on this one. If it takes out 10, This will be, this is I think an all-time low right here, 983. So it's almost at an all-time low. I'm sorry, 938 is the all-time low. Hello, Jojo. Okay, so that BHAT, much ado about nothing. A little Shakespeare for you. Cody definitely reacting well to that upgrade by JP Morgan, putting a $10 price target on them. Just checking a few other wow, BYSI is just getting crushed here. Let's see what it does at 10. I mean, this is look. I mean, look at the 4 days. Five, this is the 5th day. Sorry, it is the 4th day. Look at the 4 days for BYSI. Almost cut right in half. Okay, now NKLA, a gap up and reverse. Give me a moment here, please. All right, guys, Cody definitely on the move here with that upgrade. All right, so the market is right now a little bit undecided. You had that big bottoming tail there on that 15-minute candle, the first 15-minute candle, a recovery, green bar right now. So market a little undecided about direction. Definitely interested in this one. I'm going to stick an alert just over 5 for AYRO. See if it can, that's a big psychological number to get through. So I want to stick an alert, price alert, see if it takes that out later on. BYSI now right at 10. Aha, okay. I also see. Okay, guys, I just noticed here too, they're doing an offering, 7.5 million shares at $10 a share. So they're raising, what, $75 million? But, you know, I'm sure they wish they could have done it up here. And what, you know what, guys, I mean, you've heard me talk about this one forever also. Look at Corsair, CRSR. Look at Corsair, just keeps moving higher from that IPO. I've talked about Corsair, I've talked about Candy, I've talked about the other one, the cannabis play. GRWG. I had to find it. GRWG. All potential swings. What a swing this is. I mean, it is unbelievable. And somebody asked me yesterday, well, why is this so hot? Corsair, just look it up. I mean, what they do, they're big into gaming. I mean, that's why it's called Corsair Gaming. I don't know if they do anything other than mice and keyboards, but they're pretty fancy, flashy things, and the gamers like them, I guess. But even I have a Corsair. I'm no gamer, but I have a Corsair mouse. I don't recall ever putting a price target on it. I mean, there's really no resistance to Corsair. Yeah, in terms of yes, I guess there are some technical indicators, but no chart resistance. AYRO guys, it's getting so close to 10 to wishful thinking to 5. I'm watching NKLA underneath 25, underneath 26. Solo. So what do we have here from Solo? 831, 843 now. 483, 497 now. Sono 2168, 2227. Kodi 613, 624, and FUV 1150. And what did it get to? It didn't really move from there. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. I put a delay on any alerts coming from my watch list on these two. You start to see them immediately here. I mean, it's if you want to take them right off the bat, I like to see things settle down a little bit. That's why I put a delay. That's why I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes myself. So I put a delay on here. See, where the alerts occurred at least no earlier than 15 minutes after the market opens. Okay, I do that on purpose. You don't have to. These are the alerts right off the bat, but I just find, sometimes, stocks just whip up and down in that first 15 minutes. Well, I'm not saying now, but I've been talking about GWR. I've been talking about that one for a long time. Just because GRWG, just because when you look at what it's done compared to the other cannabis plays, it's been straight up. All right, it had that little downturn with a lot of the other cannabis plays, but it's been basically straight up. I'm not saying now to swing it. I'm just saying I've been talking about this probably from about here, 16. Or maybe it was here. I can't really remember when I started really talking about it. Okay, guys, well, 831 now, 867 on the watch list. I'm just waiting to see if this can take out 5, AYRO, Sono 2168, What did it get up to? 22.32. So it's pulled back a little bit. And the Cody. All right, NKLA underneath 26 again. All right, DNK, guys, is now getting weak, very weak. A couple of great days, but it is getting weak. That's probably another reason, yes, WaveLab is mentioning. I mean, it's one of the few U.S.-based cannabis plays. It's based in Colorado. The other big cannabis plays are all, most of them anyway, are all in Canada. So that's probably another reason. All right, guys, let's see if Mara can break out of this area here. Hit a high yesterday. This is the one I traded out in the pre-market yesterday. Oh, AYRO just teasing us right here at $5. Okay, so HPR is coming back a little bit. It faded. Okay, guys, AYRO over a 5 now. Barely, though, just barely. Okay, there's a lot of buying coming into Mara right now. A lot of buying, MARA, a lot of buying. Take a look at look at this on the 15-minute chart right there. A lot of buying coming in, MARA. Okay, guys, AYRO looks like it's getting really set to have a bit of a rip here. AYRO. Bolsano, how are you? Yes, it's been a while. No kidding. Now, guys, you understand, I don't tell you what to buy or sell, okay? I'm just pointing opportunities out. Bad, Emily Squirrel, bad. Oh man, Bolsano, that's bad. Hola, John Boiler, how are you? Guys, Mara looks really tasty now. Just watching the AYRO, see if we can hold 5. Okay, John, when you Bonacci, when you say how long is the discount available for, what discount are you talking about? Yeah, so CBAT is, I mean, right now, nobody cares what, whoever came out yesterday and said, this was a $4 stock, nobody cares, or even zero. They really had nothing. Nobody cares right now for CBAT. But what discount are you talking about? My discount, the 15%? I'm talking to somebody in the oh, but that 15% is basically ongoing. Okay, so but if I were you, I would just wait, wait a few days because I'm sure I know we're going to have a Thanksgiving, U.S. Thanksgiving special. So I would wait. You probably get 25%, okay? Hopefully Dan, the CEO, is not listening to me. Just don't have the promo code yet, okay? So that's why I can't give it to you. There'll be a special promo code for it. I don't have it. I just don't have it. It's not a matter of not saying anything. I just don't have it. Hasn't been released yet. Somebody's asking me for the promo code for Thanksgiving. I just don't have it. All right, guys, I took a little loss on the AYRO. I got a little greedy, so I'm going to watch it again. I got in right here at 506, and I watched it pop to 520, and I didn't take any out. So took about a 2-cent loss on it, but I'm going to watch it again to see if it takes out, say, 508 later on. Look at Cody, guys. Cody is still alive and kicking here on that upgrade. That little pullback. Go, Cody, go. 613 on the alert, 633 now. And I say JP Morgan, I think it was JP Morgan, put a $10 price target on it this morning. So I don't, the way I look at the AI, first of all, I look at it as a watch list. And secondly, I only like the ones under $20. So I'm backing off these ones. that is just me personally. It's not a recommendation. It's just the way I trade it. What do I normally look in stock? Every alert I get, every single alert I get is either making a new high or a new low. So then I'm looking at the daily chart, the weekly chart, and the monthly chart. Because I say, okay, great, you made a new high for the day. Where could you keep going to? So that's why I'm always looking at these higher time frames to check what sort of resistance there is nearby. Anything I see is going to be an active stock just because of the filters I've got in place. I don't have to worry about that. But it's all about looking at these higher time frames. Where could these stocks keep going to? Well, I liked the arrow because I wanted it to, I still like it. I just, took myself out of it. But because it broke over 5, 5 to me is a psychological number to get through. It looked like it wanted to. When you look left, the next high looking left on that monthly chart is way up here. So that got me intrigued. It's also sector related. I'm assuming that this is, I'm gonna call this part of the EV sector. And of course, the EV sector is just red hot. So that's kind of, when I see the sector that it's in and it's hot, that'll get me really interested. Well, the Fang News is just a dividend, so I don't know if it's popped up again. Yeah, it was dividend, so. Just a personal preference. I find that the ones under 20 will give me bigger percentage gains. That's why most of the things you see are under 20 on my watch list. And I know I have Sono here at 21.68, but it's just a preference. No other reason. Doesn't mean anybody else has to do what I do, of course. And then I use it as a watch list. Not on the day of. No, I don't care. Most of the things that we see are usually, fairly low float. I don't care about market cap, no. But listen, that's just me, right? This is not a recommendation to trade the way I do. I know people that won't trade a stock unless it's traded 1 million shares, and that's fine. That's that's completely up to you. I see that, okay, the AI's got candy now. Interesting. So you look left, look left on that monthly chart, and it has a lot of room. So this could easily turn into, it's already been an incredible swing. Now there you go. So Chris Ray, see, I don't have that. Okay, now there's arrow back up. Let me see if what's the bid ask like? Okay. See, my thing, by the end of the day, a lot of these that start off, 2, 3, 400,000 shares, in the first half hour or so. By the end of the day, they could be millions. So that's just me. Would never tell anybody, that's the way you should trade. If you want to wait until it's hit 1 million. Okay, guys, well, I can't tell you, but there's arrow back up. AYRO back up. Funny. Position size, funny. This could be a dark horse swing candidate, guys. I mean, look left. Now, this is not an IPO. I think what happened here is they had a symbol name change, so that's why it looks like an IPO. Just started trading here, but I think, well, I know I'm almost 100% sure this is just was a symbol name change. Yeah, look at FUV, my goodness. So FUV 1150 on the alert. So it pulled back. Now it's starting to move again. Red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. I'm going to stick an alert up here. I mean, you know, the candy is obviously fairly extended, but that hasn't stopped FUV from continuing. Okay, so ZTO earnings play gapped all the way down here and now is in recovery mode over the whole number 30. I mean, it's a low float arrow too. 21 million in the float. It's probably the lowest of all of them. Solo has got, not that it's excessive, but 47 million, and FUV has, oh, it's about the same as Arrow, AYRO. It just doesn't have the same feel to it, though. I just want to see if it can hold up in that 514 area. I'm going to stick another price alert up there. And what I want to see is I want to see a big volume push to take it up through that area. That's what I'm looking for the AYRO. Just need some volume to get it really going. I mean, it's great volume, 4.8 million shares, but in 11 times normal, but for me to get it interested in again, I want to see a big volume push. Yeah, I did see Gevo. I think somebody asked me about it. So it had a little pop in the pre-market. I don't know, is there specific news on it? You know, it's on a super low float, 50 million in the float, through the 200-day moving average yesterday, holding. When I look left, you know, it's sort of stalling right there on that high, 127. What did it get to today? 128. So I guess if it can take that out, then if you look left again, it has a shot to get up to the 140. It's not a huge, it's a pretty good percentage move, but for me, I'd rather concentrate on the EVs. They're obviously the most active. Okay, a little bit of volume coming in now on that 2-minute chart. A little bit of volume. Like to see a volume bar like that on for AYRO. I mean, that's the thing, guys. I mean, you know, you got a hot sector. You know, find the similar plays. Just a minute, please. I have to do something here. I want to show. Look at NIO, guys. I mean, you talk about a comeback. NIO. We have a halt. What one just got halted? Probably another. Oh, this is just a resumption. JYAC is not a resumption, but an IPO. Another one of those SPACs. Getting tired of them. Too many. Oh, that's that really cheap one. I have no opinion. I'm sorry. I mean, it's I mean, I know it's had a great run. I mean, great run, 7 cents. But I honestly don't pay attention to anything that this cheap, so sorry. I mean, if you were in at 7 cents and it's up to 21, it's fantastic. Lots and lots of volume. I'm sure they must be having to think about a reverse split. So I'm not trying to dismiss it. It's just that I just can't get into these ones that are very, very cheap. Keep it. What's the next high looking left here for NNDM? So, if it takes out that 530, it has some room to 6 NNDM, kind of a red bar ignored. All right, guys, I will be right back. I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I'm glad I didn't take that short. I was almost going to short that NKLA right around here underneath 26. I was really looking to short this one, but it has bounced. Okay, so the repeating version is just, what it does is every time a stock makes a new high or a new low, you'll see it here. Here, you'll only see it the very first time that it triggered. So for instance, let me just get this down a little bit here. Okay, so for instance, FUV at 947, first triggered at 1150. Every time FUV makes a new high, you'll see it here though, okay, as an example. So you'll see it over and over and over again as a stock makes a new high or a new low. Yeah, I agree. The only issue I've got with it sometimes is that it seems to have stocks in here that don't make sense, and I know we're trying to improve on it. For instance, how can Corsair, as an example, be in with FUV? As an example. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it is a look at Corsair. I mean, I don't know how many times I've talked about this one. And if Martin M is in the room, I know he's happy too because he was swinging this one almost from the day of the IPO. Well, believe me, I've been after them too. It's not, and I don't know. There's no quick answer to it in terms of why we see some stocks that don't make sense in there. Doesn't mean we should just discount it completely, but sometimes Jenny in the YouTube feed says she finds daily upgrades to buy rating offer great risk and reward. Sometimes, I mean, obviously the Coty today, with a obviously a significant with J.P. Morgan doing it, and this could turn into a nice long-term trade. It's I don't know for sure, but got up to 636 with a $10 upgrade. All right, now look, guys, the market is starting to drift down again here. Okay, we had that's that first. Let me just make it a little bit bigger so we can see on that 15-minute chart. So that was the opening 15-minute candle. Looked pretty ominous. Popped up, but now we're starting to drift down again a little bit. So kind of directionless. All right, so Arrow just did not give me what I was looking for, so I backed off. I was looking for I was looking for a volume bar like that, maybe on the 2-minute chart when it was doing this. Just didn't get it, so I backed off, and I'm glad I did. I still have my alert, maybe later on. And we'll set it back up here around that 514 mark. How is DraftKings doing? DKNG. Yeah, it's crawling back. Near the high of 64. Did the financing. I can't remember exactly what price they did the financing at, but kind of definitely got beaten up. I mean, all the way down to 35. Well, it looks like a couple of weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. All right, Court on the move. So it had the little pop right off the bat, pulled back, C-O-R-T I'm talking about. And then it's on the move right now. And this is not quite an all-time high. Looking left on the monthly chart, it's challenging 2 months ago, the high, which is, wow, what a month that had. I mean, this was a low of 12 and a high of 24, basically. So look at this. And then looking left again, high of 25.70. So it's approaching an all-time high for CORT. How's LI doing? Okay, so they're all coming back. And IO, of course, probably the most followed one of the three, LI, NIO, and XPEV. Wow, look at FUV. So there was the alert 1150, 1204 now. Serious rippage now for FUV, guys. Serious. 28%. Just continuing its charge up here. Had earnings on the 16th. Kind of a mixed bag. That was after, right there actually. So actually it was good reaction to earnings. So we do have an EV channel. You want to check that out. If you click on new channel bar, and then here's our EV channel right there, a little car going, EV related. You'll see all the EV stocks in there. Even fuel cell. So even though fuel cell was given a downgrade, I think, by JP Morgan this morning, who cares? All right, guys, it is now 10:30. What a morning, as usual. I say that every morning, but it's true. It's what a morning. First hour is just so frantic. So if you are new to this trading room, welcome. And this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, and you want my scans, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you click on my home page, right here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. You click here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing, all right? You can pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. You can also sign up for the Trade of the Week. Still, it's still okay. I mean, it's 902 right now, CLF. The trigger was around 852. Could have got it around that price. That was on Monday. It's not been, I would call it a reasonable one from 850 to 9. Pretty good percentage move. But you can sign up for them all right here. It'll be sent to your email about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap. You can sign up for them there. I already talked about my scans. And then education, a lot of good education links here. Look at FUV Go. Okay, I like to put this link on its own. Okay, you want to put, okay, Trade Seeker, I can give you a video that'll explain all of that and more. Okay, I think it's well worth it that if you watch the entire video, okay? This is the Brokerage Plus intro. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in just a bit. So the 20 short lessons, you click on that link right there, the 20 short lessons. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I really, really recommend that you take a look at this, the 20 short lessons. You can, access it from my homepage, and it'll go over, all the basic things, trade, what is a top list, building one, what's an alert window, building one. So it'll go over all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. So I really recommend you look at that if you're brand new to Trade Ideas. And if you don't have the product, then you can take a look and just sort of see what are our basic features. Also, in that training link from my homepage, daily support sessions. So I monitor the YouTube feed between 9 and noon, and then from noon to 1, 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, another trader takes over. Today, I believe it is Jamie who will take over. You can head over there. I take a break between 12 and 12:30, so you can head over there if you want. We also have webinars. Now, we'll get back to a regular schedule, probably not next week because of the U.S. holiday, but certainly the following week we'll be back to our regular schedule with all the webinars. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. We have more educational videos to watch and trading books. Okay, so a lot of information from my homepage. All you have to do is just click on my homepage link. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, I mean, if I were you, unless you want to have it right today, if you click on my homepage link, but I know we're going to have a pretty good promo code, probably 25% very soon. But if you can't wait, you can use this. This is 15% off. Barry for Alpha. Click on Get Trade Ideas to give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. So the premium plan, expand this just a bit. There we go. So the premium plan is on an annual basis is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference, most people, if they're taking premium, is because they want to have access to the AI, which I'm going to go over. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. Standard is $118, premium is $228, less the 15%. That discount's only good for the first month. So if you do decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. Okay? Now I'm going to go over the AI. Just give me a moment, please. Just got to size the window over here, my other monitor. All right, so this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized once the market closes. The AI gets to work on an optimization routine to optimize these strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed, and these are the strategies that made the cut. Okay, I don't really care what strategies make the cut. I just care about what alerts we get from them all day long. So this is what I would do. I would go to the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And when you do that, this is your window. And you'll see the alerts as they happen all day long. Now, so for instance, did this hit the reentry? No. No, I mean, I would not lose sight of Candy, even though, it's down from the 1336. I use this like a watch list. It could come back. Maybe the AI was a little bit early in this. So I'm going to put an alert up there, 1343, see if it comes back. I can't tell you when it's going to connect to TD Ameritrade. Okay, so I just can't. I know it's being worked on. It's been worked. I will say this. I mean, it is. We have people who are within Trade Ideas who have TD Ameritrade accounts and who are testing it. All right, so it has gotten at least to that level, but I cannot tell you when it's going to be fully available. Ali, which alert window? Well, I mean, my watch list. I had a question about what alert window for FUV. Well, my watch list certainly here, but even the basic new highs, my guess is that it alerted probably. Let's take a look here. At 1094, at 934. So my basic new highs alerted FUV. Okay, I'll tell you what I use. I've got a bunch of them. Because I've got a headset on all day long. Sometimes I do have the latest Sony one, which is awesome. Okay, you have to. I can't. I don't know the. It's the latest Sony headset over the ear, of course. That's what I use half the day, and then when I go for a workout. I've got I've got my iPad. I've got my Apples. Believe it or not, they're very comfortable for me to wear. So I've got both of them. I've got the Pro and the other one, the AirPods. And I find that for me, it's all about comfort. It's not so much. It's not so much. The unbelievable sound. Now the Sonys are unbelievable sound. So it's probably, it's one of the highest rated ones on the market. But for me, of course, what I do, 6 hours, 7 hours a day with something clamped either in my ear it's all about comfort for me. So I may have a different reason, but I don't think you'll go wrong with the Sonys, but they're expensive. Okay, I don't. I know. Wow. There's Arrow right back up, guys. Interesting. No, I don't use it with a mic. I have a. If you're looking for something with a mic, you might. I can't. I don't know. There's some gaming headsets out there with mics. I don't use it with a mic. I have a microphone, standalone microphone. You might want to check out Astro. I think they're kind of Astro. Check them out. Guys, FUV is just incredible. There we go. Yeah, calls, I don't use it for calls. So I've got the XM4 market move. I have the new one, the XM4. But yeah, I don't use them for calls at all. All right, so that is so this is what I would do again. New, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And this is your window. Just follow the alerts as they come in all day long. Personally, I don't care whether it's coming from Holly Grail, Holly Neo. People ask all the time, what's the difference? I personally don't care. You just wait for the alerts to happen, and then you can track them as you want, trade them as you want. I had the XM2s. Okay, guys. Well, I can't tell you to take the trade, but there's AYRO, and look at the volume that came in. Remember, I was just waiting for that volume. Okay, I'm just watching this now. So again, guys, I mean, it just needed that volume. Remember, I kept saying, I mean, it wasn't quite that, but it was definitely a nice little volume push. Yeah, Luis, so that's right. If you have this window open, Strategy Trades All will give you all the alerts. Where doesn't matter from where it came from, what strategy it came from, or what version of the AI, or Holly Grail, Holly Neo, or Holly 2.0. It doesn't matter. These are the alerts that have happened today. That's my recommendation. I would not get hung up on what's the difference between Holly Neo, Holly Grail, Holly 2.0. I wouldn't get hung up on what any of the strategies are looking for, in my opinion. Just, watch the alerts as they come in. All right, so the question I have is, how do I change the AI alerts? Well, it's the same if you have sounds on the alert windows, but it's just a matter of doing the same thing. Right click, actions, and then follow the instructions. Click on the play sound, set up the sound. You can use text to speech, but remember, probably only for one window. You don't want to have it for every window, otherwise you won't know which window to look at. And so then you can click on the use custom sound. Okay, you got it? Okay. And then here are the 3 folders. And here are the series, here are the sound alerts within each folder. You can just try them out. You try them out, and then you can attach a specific sound to a specific window. So when you hear a sound, you know exactly which window to take a look at. Come on. Shamelessly cheerleading this on. BX. Yeah, I mean, to me, I don't know, sort of intriguing, I guess. I mean, it's got some, it's right at the high of 4 months ago, I think. 58.90, 58.60. So it's got to take that out. I really don't really look at this sort of stock, but I really have no other comments on it, to be honest. I mean, I just don't really watch this. I have no target on it. I don't put target. Well, real will say that I do put targets. I'm just looking where the next high is on that monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there today, but I mean that's all I'm looking at right now. What it could go to. I should check the weekly chart. Yeah, the same. So if I look at the weekly chart, I mean the next high looking left is just over 6. So I mean, it may stall there also. Just keep putting price alerts here. See if I can induce it upwards. All right, guys. Just watching this, I've taken some off. Just want to see if it can take out 550. I have taken some off. Remember, I'm not telling you when to buy it and when you should get out. It's completely up to you. All I was doing is saying what I was looking for in terms of volume. I finally got it. It's up to you if you want to take the trade, of course. Now, and I play this little game, of course, when Another way you can tell if I'm in a stock is if I keep putting price alerts. I'm just trying to induce it upwards. Wow. Okay, guys. So that's the AI. I want to talk about Brokerage Plus right now. All right. It's funny. It just took a while, you know. It just took a little while to get all. Look at all the volume coming in. I mean, that's the beauty of it. And all the volume is just what pushed it up. So 483. Wow, almost getting close to $1 on that original alert. All right, I do want to talk about Brokerage Plus, getting sidelined here. Or sidetracked. Okay, this is the Brokerage Plus window. Okay, so if you're using our app, it's not available with the web-based version. So if you're using our app, just click on, you can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways. I do want to put in the link. Just give me a second here. Okay, so there's the Brokerage Plus. This is a video that was done, okay? I think it's about 25 minutes long. It is segmented, so you can go to different areas. And absolutely recommend that you watch it. If you're looking to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account meaning your interactive broker's account, that's the only one it works with right now. Yes, we're looking to add some other ones like TDA. Don't ask me when that's going to happen. We're testing it now, so please don't ask me for an ETA. I have no idea. But, oh boy, guys, I'm pretty happy about this now. Okay. So this is the Brokerage Plus window, and if you want to use it to trade your account, you have to have an interactive broker's account. And so watch the video, it's going to explain everything. And you're going to see how you can, set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So you click on an alert, you like what you see, and you go back to the alert, right click, and you can pick how you want to you can pick how you want to trade it. Okay, but watch the video. Please watch the video. Now, the other way to use it is as a simulator. Not sure why this is here. This was just a practice one I was doing yesterday. Give me a moment here. Yeah, I was showing people how you can take the trades within Brokerage Plus. So as a simulator, all you have to do is click on Sim. This box will pop up. And now, if you are new to trading, please practice trading before you commit to money in the market. Practice trading first. Give me one moment, please. Okay, so practice trading first. And you can use our simulator. It's using our real-time data. It has no bearing on what brokerage account you have, what broker you're using. It's using our real-time data. And you can use it to practice swing trading. You can see right here. I don't know why this is here. This is, in fact, let me just close this out. Yeah, I'm just going to close this out. So, why this was here in the first place, it was just because I was showing people how you can use it to swing trade, or not to swing trade, but to take a trade. I'm going to demonstrate how you can do that. These two right here are swing trades, okay, in my simulator. So this is the trade of the week, CLF, and this is Mara that is going to hold for a while anyway. And that's how you can practice swing trading. If you take a trade today and you don't close it out by the end of the day, then it'll carry over to the next day and for as long as you want. So this is how you do it. If I want, I just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm buying, if I want to go long, I buy it. If I want to short it, I sell it. So let's do one. Let's take the AYRO just to show you how you can do it. Okay, so I'll take a couple hundred shares. And the spread is it's not bad, so I'm gonna buy it right at the market. So I bought it right at the market. The spread was not terrible, about 2-3 cents. So I just bought 200 shares in the simulator. And as always, we always talk about this, have a stop. Now this stop, your stop should be, you should know it ahead of time because that'll determine how many shares you buy. And I'll explain that in a second here. Hallelujah. So I'm going to put a stop, I'll say I'll put a stop at 527. All right, so you'll see that the stop will appear right on the chart. Okay, and so if the price went down to, if it went down to 527, it would take me out for a $57 loss. I can put a target if I want. Now it's getting close to that weekly high, guys. Okay, so I've taken some out already, and it's getting close to that weekly high. So that's the area that you might want to, and 6 is another psychological number, or it's a whole number. So just be aware of that. So I could put a target if I want. I can put a target. I want to put a target so you can see it on the chart. Okay, so let's put a target of 6. So you see right there, so we have now 2 lines. Okay, now you can see it here on the daily chart. You can't see it because it's up here, 6 is up there. So, but on the monthly chart, you can see it. So if, again, you would just let this run automatically. If it got down to 527, it'll take me out for a $57 loss. Gets up to 6, it'll take me out for an $88 gain. Now, I say this all the time. You can use this like a trailing stop. I can move this now, maybe higher. Okay, so if I took that out, I would probably move it, to a profit position. So it took me out there. Just want to show you how you can do this. So I've moved the line right on the chart. Okay, like a trailing stop. I'd put it on areas that if I thought it broke, it probably should get me out of the trade. You don't have to do it that way. I can take a look at, wait a minute, where are we here? So arrow. So if I want to flatten this trade right now, in other words, get out of the trade right now, I just did. I just click on the, flatten button, which gets me out of the trade. And I could have got out of half the trade, or I could have doubled my position. Okay. Now I could have also gone down here. If I only wanted to trade 50 shares, I could have typed 50 in here and sold them. I could have picked a price. So this is how, this is so easy to use, and it uses our real-time data. So I really, really recommend, if you're new to trading, don't commit your money to the market until you practice trading. Now you can also do things like this. Let's just say I wanted to take arrow on a pullback to say 544. You know, pull back down to here. So what I would do is I would put 544 in both boxes here, 5.44. And click buy. So if it gets down to 544, it'll take a couple hundred shares at 544. So that's, you know, a conditional buy order. I could also do the same on top. You know, if I thought I wanted to, to break a certain level, that would get me interested. Kind of like what I was looking for here. Okay, I could have I could put a conditional buy order on top of the current price. So it's very flexible, very easy to use, in my opinion anyway. So I'm all out of it now, guys. I'm all out of it. You know, I'm just little, not worried, but I mean, I just think that 6 level could really be. If you look at the weekly chart, like I went back on the weekly chart. Now there's the high, 614. So it might struggle to get through 6, number one. And this might, now listen, all bets are off. Gets through 6 and 614, I may jump right back in. But, you know, that's just me. But that turned out to be just an awesome trade. So I was in at 516, and I'm out at an average of about 562. Whew, okay. So any questions? Yeah, so Rich cannot do that. This is special for me, okay? What they did is they created a color and also the size so that it would be more easily read by those of you who are watching my screen. It's not customizable on your end. I always say this is not a, this is not a full-blown charting package. You know, obviously if you had a charting package, they let you do all sorts of different things, but this is not meant to be like that, so. Okay, so this is another one of those business associations, a SPAC, G-I-K. Okay, the difference between, well, the bid is, you mean literally the definition? I mean, if you want to buy a stock, you want to get it immediately, you have to go in at the ask. So for instance, I'm looking at GIK. The bid ask is 1145, 1149 right now. If you want this stock right now, now it's changing rapidly. You have to go in at the ask. And if you want to short something, then you have to go in at the bid. I mean, but it's the spread. It's the, what is the auction at right now? Wow, they were glad I didn't short this one, NKLA. So this is now, I thought this was really tanking. Okay, so AHL, let me see if I can understand. It doesn't matter what alert you use, no. You get a trigger, yeah. So the question was in the YouTube feed, in your alerts, it doesn't matter what type of alert you use when auto trading, it will still trigger the trade, correct? Yes, absolutely. It doesn't matter. So if it's an alert and it appears, then it'll, if you set it on auto trade, it'll take the trade, yes. So you see a theme here, guys? I mean, other than the candy, even the candy, okay guys, listen, the candy is starting to work again. I said this, keep an eye on it. It was maybe a little bit early. It's getting back to the trigger price. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So almost half of the alerts we're getting from my watch list are all in the EV sector. I mean, that should tell you something about, trading. You get a hot sector, follow those stocks. Tomorrow, who knows? Maybe it's crypto back again. Right now, it's really not. Well, at least with the ones I'm following, Mara and Riot. I mean, there might be some other crypto plays that are really flying, but right now Mara and Riot are not. I mean, here's Bitcoin. I mean, it's having a nice. And what did I just say? Candy. Again, guys, it's up to you, to figure out how you want to trade these. But all I said was keep an eye on it if it comes back. Because what did it get down to? It got down to 1286 or 84. All right, guys, I'm just, what time is it? 11:04. What a fast morning. I say that every day. All right, guys, so I am now kind of watching Mara. It's just early. I'm in no rush to get back into it. I'm intrigued to see if it can hold 3. Just no rush to get back into it. Again, if you're new into the room today, this is one that I took 2 days ago towards the end of the market, and then I sold out pre-market yesterday. I am waiting to get back in. Hey, GKK, are you in the room? Looks like we're just a little bit early. Really? IPOB? No way. Yeah, it's starting to move, yeah. Yeah, a nice break. There's great consolidation. 5, 2-minute chart. Really good consolidation. Okay, so I'm not giving up on it. It's just not quite time yet. Not quite time. In my opinion. And we just had another. Okay, here's another. I don't think this is a SPAC. This is not a SPAC, guys. This is actually a Brave IPO. OLMA. This is an IPO today. And based on the price, my guess. Let me just see what it was supposed to come out at. Just gotta find my IPOs. All right, so we have so J.P. Morgan has been wow. This is a huge so 11 million shares. The IPO price was supposed to be around 19. Look where it opened, huge. J.P. Morgan, Jefferies, Cowen, and Canaccord. Canaccord. So those are the ones behind this one, and that is a massive, massive gap over the IPO price of 19. It's only 11 million in the float. Well, it just opened. I mean, it literally just opened, Casa. But you're right. I mean, it's not like a. But look at this. I mean, it's huge over the IPO price of 19. Well, let's wait and see what happens by the end of the day if it's several million. All right, guys, give me a moment here. What time is it? 11:09. I'll be back probably a little bit before 11:15. Oh, okay, sure. From down under, I can take a look at that. Now, it's not a layout, right, JT? Just want to make sure it's not a layout that I'm clicking on. It's just a single window, single alert window. Okay, good. All right, let's take a look. Now again, I won't see anything, I'm sure, because oh, now how come I'm seeing something? Because I thought you said you attached a symbol list to it. I thought you said you attached a symbol list to it. But anyway, here, so I'm getting alerts. I thought you said you were not getting any alerts. Okay, so I'm not sure what you want me to look at then. When you say if you got it correct, in terms of what? I mean, you got your price. If that's what you want, 5 and 80. The relative volume is so it's trading at least normally. The volume is very light, 20,000. That's and then a minimum float of 10 million. So I'm not sure what the issue is. Getting tons of alerts. But I thought you said you attached a symbol list to it, or watch list to it. How do you attach a symbol list to or a watch list to this? Okay, I'll give you a video that'll explain it. Okay, so here's a video that you can watch. It'll explain how to do it, how to create the symbol list, and then how to attach it to a specific alert window or a top list window, whatever you want to do. Okay? All right, guys, what time is it? 11:14. So I am now got down in reverse XF. Yeah, so this is the one that did a reverse split today, a 1-for-3 reverse split, XYF. Oh, you're very welcome. Really? Beyond Meat? What's it doing? Yeah, you know what? I mean, after getting absolutely clobbered on earnings, then it hung around the 200-day moving average for about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Even yesterday or 2 days ago, it kind of touched it. But you're right, it is climbing back. Beyond Meat is climbing back. And TLS, yes, it just now what? Yeah, if you want to trade your Interactive Brokers account, you have to have a live. Yeah, I mean, imagine this: if you weren't using Trade Ideas, and you wanted to trade your IB account, you have to have a live data, like real-time data subscription. So yes, you do. I mean, it's not expensive, so I don't think it's TLS. Yeah, this has good volume. What was the price at? Oh, 17. Thank you. Thank you. And let's see who's behind that one. We have Riley, BMO, Needham. 15 million shares. 15 million shares. Yeah, I mean the news on this FANG. I mean, what did I read about it? A dividend, special dividend. I mean, little bit of excitement in the pre-market right here, but you know, since the market opened, it's really done nothing other than drop, basing somewhat. You're talking about the VWAP is right there, 233. Bank it. All right. A little more expensive. It's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Sorry, right. Big reaction. Let me just back this out. Actually, no reaction whatsoever. I mean, it is flat. This is a pre-market more of a reaction. It might be when they released it. Maybe it was after, for us anyway, maybe it was, because it's a China stock, maybe it was after, really after hours. But it's an all-time high, BILI. What do they do? Online entertainment for the young generations in China, okay? So you can see we've got all sorts of different trading styles in this room. You know, I know Zach looks at stocks that are way more expensive than I look at, which is absolutely fantastic. Gives you guys opportunities. For those of you who don't like, maybe there's like to play the ones under $20. William is all over the place. He likes to short the tops. I will too. I'll start to get more involved in that hopefully next week when I'm not quite as wrapped up in answering questions. Wow, look at Tesla, guys. So this is the day it was added to the S&P. Yesterday, today. Wow. So this is almost an all-time high. I don't know why it says this here, but this is split adjusted, I'm assuming. So this is almost an all-time high for Tesla. All right, so Arrow, I'm just going to wait to see if this one can take out, see if it can take out that $6 level later on in the day. This might turn into a bit of a swing later. I mean, it's in the right sector. It did not arrive in France yet. Okay. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't even know what do they do. Oh, I see. Who's your broker? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that can't help you there. TELUS Corporate Telos, not TELUS in Canada, offers technologically advanced software-based security solutions that empower. So it's security software, maybe a little bit like PLTR. I don't mean they do exactly the same things, but this is in that same sector, I guess. Just a more traditional way of an IPO, TLS. You know what else is I actually was looking to short this one, but not now. This TCDA, they got hammered here. This was on, what day was that? That was end of October, October 28th. It got absolutely hammered here. Came back. I thought maybe this was going to be it again, but no. So this is actually having a nice little pop here. Meanwhile, Blink. You blink and you're going to miss it. Look at Blink, BLNK. Yeah, so only what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days ago. $9 stock, almost doubled. Yeah, Martin usually always pops in with the IPOs. You're right. Hello, Henry Dev, 14. Oh, well, this is having a bit of a surge here. So this is one that they did a reverse split today. It's effective today. XYF. All-time high for Blink now. This is starting to catch up to Plug. In terms of price. But look at the difference. So 300, so say 400 million in the float versus 25 million. Huge difference, guys. Now, I'm not saying Plug and Blink are exactly the same, but it's the sector. The YRO is making another new high. I'm still waiting on this IPOC. I may wait forever for a Big Ten break. But, you know, this guy who controls all these IPOs, this, I call them IPO A, B, and C. What did IPO A turn into? I know somebody's going to know. I just can't remember. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, this is ripe for a reverse split. No, I know that, but but IBOA is no longer. So what did they invest in that went space? Thank you very much, SPC. That's what I meant. So I know they're looking. I can't remember who they're looking at. IPOC. I know it was announced back here, I guess, on this day, but it's obviously just early. I mean, IPOB was a great swing trade for me. I intraday traded it, and I also swung traded it. Swung traded? Look at XPEV, man, oh man. I mean, look. I mean, out of consolidation, look at XPEV out of this consolidation on the 2, on the 5s, out on the 15s. Okay, I wish you well. Who are they going? I should write this down somewhere, but there's just so many of them now to keep track of. You know what? I mean, if it took out 2080, that would be a very interesting area for this to take out. Open door, that's right. Open door. Thank you. What a 2-minute chart. Look at that. Straight up. Not one pullback on that 2-minute chart from 17. Boy, over $1. I didn't have that on my watch list today. Very nice, GKK. Wow, it is getting stupid, but it's the float. Probably the lowest float of all anything in the EV sector. Let me just take a look at that EV. A moment here, just making sure things are pinned. All right, so here's our channel, new channel bar, and then EVs. And there we go, FUV, BLNK, Solo, CBAT. Okay, here's our EV channel, guys. And here's the stream. What do we have in here? Oh, yeah, a few. So this is an example of a multi-strategy window in which you can load it with as many alert windows as you want. So the idea here, though, is that you can uncheck. You can uncheck them all, like as many as you want. So you're not getting quite as many alerts. And if you liked any one of these, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. Save or share to the cloud, save it. So now it's in your cloud. Then when you move off, when you go to another layout or channel, you'll have it in the cloud for you. And then you can, add it to your layout that you like to use. If that makes sense. So, up most in the last 5 days, Solo, there's CBAT, Fuel Cell, last 5 days, Solo is up 287%. All right, let me just dump this. So again, this is the EV sector, the EV channel in our what's called the EV related, okay, in the channel bar, EV related. Okay. And here's Sun W. Sun W, we haven't seen Sun W for a while. They had the big pop here the day that they said they were not going to merge with PEC. And I guess investor or whoever thought that was a good idea. But here's Sun W. And Sorrento. Okay, let's take a look at Sorrento, SRNE. Yeah, I mean, it's crawling back. You're absolutely right. You know, on the daily chart. There are so many active stocks, guys. Doesn't matter. Look at the market. I always say this, but look at the market. Look what the market is doing. So there'll be people out there, not in this room, but there'll be people out there saying, boy, what a boring day. You know, flat market. They obviously don't have trade ideas. And they're certainly not in this room. I haven't even looked at the ones on the downside. I haven't even had a chance to look. Torps. Guys are talking about double X, double I. Yeah, nice move. Big float, you know, 136 million in the float for a dollar stock, but definitely moving today. Lots of pretty good volume, 4 times normal. Just want to see, where are they out of? That's, yeah, I don't know, what did they do? These are the ones something to do with smoking? Yeah, okay. Nicotine levels, etc. Okay. Haven't seen that one for a while. Okay, you see what happened here? Remember I put a conditional buy order for AYRO at 545. It took the trade. Remember I was showing you how you can do that? It's hard to see maybe on the chart. You know, that is a very faint blue line, but remember I put a conditional buy order on a pullback and it took the trade. Okay, guys, it is now, what, 11:36, so I'll be taking a break in about 20 minutes. Jamie will be in the YouTube feed at noon, 12 o'clock Eastern Time, 12 to 1. So when I'm on my break, you can head over there if you want. I'll give you the link in a little bit. You know what else is really moving here is Moderna, mRNA. Look at this. Look at this move here. In the last 5 minutes or 20 minutes, or sorry, hour. But look at Moderna moving. Again, you know so the big advantage it appears that Moderna has over Pfizer, PFE, What is Pfizer doing? Yeah, Pfizer, I don't think it can get out of the way the fact that it's this refrigeration issue. So this has to be stored at what, minus 50 or 70. I don't know if that's Fahrenheit or centigrade. Whereas Moderna's drug can be stored, I know this is centigrade, between 2 to 5 degrees. So, in any typical fridge. That is a huge, huge advantage right now that Moderna has over Pfizer. As I understand it. Okay, well, it has more side effects, which is not good. Okay, but I think they're both came in at around 95%. I think Moderna was like 94.5. Pfizer is 95%. Government is in Moderna, absolutely mRNA, whereas Pfizer is all private. It's just tough to get around the logistics of that, how it has to be frozen. I mean, it can be overcome, but it's going to cost, obviously. The bottom line is, you know, maybe we can see a light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, it's not going to be tomorrow, but at least there's something to hope and shoot for. What a year, guys. What a year. So here's another IPO, I think. NGMS just opened. NGMS just opened. So Neo Games. So this is interesting. Neo Games. Who's behind this one? And only Stifle, 4.8 million. Yeah, very, very low float. 4.8 million shares at 17. But it is, so when it says Neo Games, let me see exactly. No, that's interesting. Innovator in the lottery interest or industry. So the one that I mentioned earlier today, TDAC. What is TDAC doing right now? So it had the pop this morning in the pre-market. It looks like who they're merging with is Lottery.com, and that is TDAC. But this one, so offers customers a full service solution that includes all the elements required for the offering of lottery games via personal computer, smartphones, handheld devices, etc., etc. So that's the big deal about NGMS. This could be really interesting, and it's very, very low float. If only 4 million were 4 million. Boy, this one, I've seen on my basic new lows. I just haven't had a chance to look at any of these, but 1562. Okay, that really hasn't moved that much. QIWI on a short, potential short. Meanwhile, HPR has come back. The big pop pre-market really dropped a lot. The news on this one, Bonanza Creek, disclosed a 46% stake in the company. And you know, they don't all have to be low floats. I mean, look at the float, 208 million in the float. This is up 31%. Ooh, Mara's starting to get frisky again. Well, guys, if you've been watching my watch list, let's just go back in time. We'll go back to the way back machine here. 945 for solo. So let's take a look at what. So this is why I organized it like this. You can kind of look back and see. Okay, what did it do from at 945? You had an 831 alert. What did it do? So what did it get up to? Got up to 872. Not bad. Of course, the arrow has been spectacular. 483 all the way up to 584. There's a dollar. Sono at the beginning anyway, 2168. 2168 got up to 2229. Cody 613 got up to 635. FUV 1150. What did it hit? 1342. Now look at the HPR 829 at 925 now. Candy has been kind of erratic. You know, G-Sky didn't even look at this one. 425. Yeah, nothing. In the NNDM 524. Even this one. Look at this 559. So again, this is a watch list, guys. You know, when you get an alert, doesn't mean you have to take the trade right away. This is a watch list, and I mean, one of the things is that, you know, sometimes you get an alert and it might dip down below. You can put a price alert right at the price, but it's a watch list that's meant to be watched all day long. And going against the company line here, but I mean, you know, my watch list, you know, to be fair, I mean, the AI, well, I like my watch list. That's all I can say. And this is a 3D play. NNDM is a 3D play. They did have some news this morning. Do I have it written down? I don't know if I have it written down. Patent allowance. Wow, I know I talked about this one, RVP back here, you know, on a 10 break, guys. So there's RVP. And it still has some room looking left on the monthly chart, 1250s. So over a dollar to get to the highs. Next high looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, it's about the same, 1250. So this still has room to run, RVP. Yeah, Clean Spark. Thank you, Rodex here. Never really seen this one. This has sort of been left behind. But Clean Spark, CLSK. When I say left behind, I mean, you know, look at the daily, look at the other, is this an EV play? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure this is an EV play, but All right, guys, so I will. All right, guys, so I am going to put the link for the YouTube feed if you want to head over there when I take my break at noon. And Jamie will be there, those of you who know Jamie Hodge. So Stan, I also monitor the the Interactive Brokers feed, okay? Yeah, so anyway, I also monitor my IB feed. If I don't see any news from here, so I know what you're talking about, NNDM. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, this was on the 16th. I could have sworn it said today, but maybe I had my, maybe I mistook the 6 and the 9. So it is not today's news for NDM. I apologize. And this is what I saw, but I thought this was today, but it was actually on the 16th, not the 19th. Look at TCDA, guys. I just was talking about that TCDA. Look at it. Beautiful two bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, well, fuel cell is really getting kicked here. Fuel cell getting kicked. Boy, 6 down to 5. Straight down, just about on the 15s. Yeah, man, I wish I'd seen any live data. You just need real-time data. Now, what plan you decide after that is up to you, but just, I mean, they've got different plans, I think, but it just has to be real-time data. As long as it says real-time data, then you're good to go. Yeah, so is SPGI. Remember this one popped right off the bat? SPGI now really giving it up. Yeah, we start at 7. Yeah, 7 a.m. Actually, technically, the charts start at 7 a.m. But your top list and everything will, and even your alert windows will start at around quarter to 7, 6:45. I usually just say 7 to 7, 7 a.m. Eastern, 7 in the morning to 7 at night Eastern time. Boy, fuel cell really. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting for Jamie to show up. I should be there. I think he says a couple of minutes before noon, so I'm just waiting on that. I'll be taking off for about about 30 minutes or so. Give the voice a rest. Something is skewed here. I don't understand why that's saying that. QIWI. What's the news on them? Maybe there's some news on. Oh, it's an earnings play. Okay, QIWI is actually an earnings play. And look at the room it's got underneath, 1451. So it still has a little bit of room underneath of where it could keep going down. And the spread isn't bad either. I thought, yeah, a bit light, kind of light on the volume. It's 5 times normal, but I would have thought maybe this would be in the millions by now. But the spread is still okay, 2-cent spread. I'm not going to take it now, of course, because it's just too extended. But maybe down the road for a bounce. And UAN, I know that had earnings also. After hours yesterday, NUAN. There's a reaction after hours, a little pop, and continuation, yes. And I'm really flattening out on the 5-minute chart. Oh, this one, EGY, this has been hovering around I don't think it's on my watch list today. I don't think so. I think I took it off, but EGY. And so looking left on the monthly chart, $1.62, and then after that, maybe to 2. So there's EGY. Had a very nice month. 80 cents to almost a double in a month for EGY. Hi, Stock Geek, with the exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Any thoughts on it? Well, I mean, it's basing a little bit here. There was a cross down though, 1174. That was if I'm starting to pay more attention, which hopefully next week I'll be able to pay more attention to the crosses and stuff. There was a great short alert right there, 1176. You know, it's basing a little bit here. Okay, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. I will stop the streaming now. Thank you. Okay, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. I will stop the streaming now. Thank you. Okay, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. I will stop the streaming now. Thank you.
Okay, I do believe you guys should have eyes on my desktop. Welcome to my desktop, and welcome to the 1 hour live support session. Welcome all the regulars, and welcome the test drivers. We're in week two of the test drive. So if someone could just use the chat panel, let me know if you can see my screen and hear me okay, and we can get down to business. Test 1 2. Can you hear me? Hello, Cyberk. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gavin. All right, very good, very good. So, as Barry was just talking about, little EGY, little small dollar stock, definitely getting its day in the sun over the past couple of days, coming through my windows as well. So, questions panel is open. Anything that you might want to know about as far as TI Pro goes, alert windows, top list windows, brokerage plus, the AI, anything that you might want to know about, just let me know. Which window is best to use for day-long strategies? Okay, for intraday trading, which by the way is by far and away the most difficult time frame to be consistently profit in, but that's not to say it is impossible. Typically, what I like to focus on when we're talking about intraday plays is, well, we got two parts of the equation. We got whatever pattern you might be interested in. In my opinion, simple is better. And then I also like to have a little volume accompanying that specific pattern that I'm hunting for. And when I say volume, you know, everybody's got their own interpretation of what high or good volume might be. But if you look at these two windows right here, these two alert windows, UT high and UT low, that's what was producing EGY. And if I drag my single stock window over here so you can get a peek at the metrics, and I tell you what, let me grab my pen real quick here. And I see the questions scrolling in, so as I knock one out, I'll just go down the list here. So check out EGY. Look at that relative volume number right there, 9.82. And just keep in mind that at any point in the day when you see relative volume, one is normal volume. So clearly, we can see that little eggy here is doing substantially above normal volume. Looking at typically only cranking out about 500,000 shares on the 3-month average, and it's already kicked out 1.6 million. So definitely the volume is present in eggy. And if we take a peek at these settings here, what I'm doing is I'm requesting high relative volume on these specific windows, minimum of 4. Had to have traded at least 100,000 shares today, so trying to keep out the, you know, the real thin ones that when you look at the chart you just kind of get horrified and go, nah, not going to do that one. So when we talk about, here's a trade that I regret not hitting earlier. HPR on the intraday, we're looking at 15-minute candles here. Let me just expand this out a little bit. So here we're looking at today's action. Here's the opening candle. Notice what happened with HPR. Buyer clearly in control in the first 30 minutes or so. Takes a little pull back. We got a high and a low established. And we're range bound. Slowly but surely, buyer comes back in. We crack this level here. Little opening range break, we call that. High and low in between, and then it pops right here. And that level was about 873, and then this little guy took a nice run up to topping out right about 950 or so. So a pretty good percentage move on an intraday opening range breakout. When I was referring to, I prefer the simple patterns, you're going to be hard pressed to find a more simple pattern than what we refer to as an orb opening range break, and those can occur to both the upside and the downside. Now, of course, if we would have made this trade here and we're in the money and we're thinking to ourselves, well, how much potential might this trade have in it? We always kind of go over here, as Barry was just indicating earlier, looking to the left of where we are, and you can see this little gap area right here. And notice where this guy topped out, okay? Top of that wick there, butting perfectly up to the bottom of that candle. Gap currently is filled. Will it back off, or will it make a new home above this line right here? That's remains to be seen. So Cyberk, basically using these windows for opening range breaks to the upside in this version, and looking for the downside plays over here. Here's a good example of one that continued to the downside after its low had been put in, and of course we had the high way up here, so a little bit extended in that first 15-minute period, but then we tighten up here, we go test this level with volume, and then we push on through. So a good example of one that's working to the downside. How much room might it have in it? Probably, let's see here, 30, 15, maybe room down to this level here before it hits this little area that could act as potential support. Just not a whole lot of days to really count on there, but a cluster is a cluster. All right, next question. Can you help me find an alert that would pick up action like ZM? All right, well, let's pull ZM up here. All right, how's the volume in ZM today? Okay, Zoom Video, obviously a stock that everybody knows about because of the epic run that it went on with everybody working at home. But here's the action today on the 15-minute time frame. There's that little opening range break that we're talking about as far as a pattern goes. If we draw the lines here at the opening highs and lows, we go range bound and then we pop on out here. Now, I can tell you this, Zoom did not come across these windows because check out the volume here as far as relativity goes, or relative volume. We're not even quite at normal, just about 0.1% away, or 0.9 relative volume. We can also note the smaller time frames down here. Volume in the 5-minute time period, 100. These are percentage filters, would be normal. Only cranking out about, not quite there. We just adjusted to 30% of normal. So if you're, let's see, who asked that question? Gavin, if you're talking about, action for today, then we're just talking about this action. That's the one thing that kind of sticks out in my, as far as what I look for, is this little range break and this move higher here. Now, you do bring up a very good topic here, and I'm going to take this opportunity to pull up a nifty little tool. Stand by 1 second here. Okay, because as creatures that rely on charts here, and we're hunting the chart pattern that we prefer, let's say we went to a smaller time frame here. Okay, and still we can see the opening action. We just have more bars to look at here. So regardless of where you might have found interest, all right, let's just play the opening range break here. But let's say we were just starting out to try to find something that could have alerted us to ZM at this candle right here as that break was occurring. And since we're looking at 5-minute candles here, that is the 9:25 Central Standard Time candle. So this encompasses 9:25 CST through 9:30. All right. Now, check this out, guys. Here's the URL. I'm going to go ahead and drop it into the chat panel, just in case anybody wants to play around with it later. All right. And so what is stocks like this? Okay, because we have a completely different way of perceiving the data through, hunting the specific chart patterns that we're looking for. But what about seeing things through the eyes of the server? In other words, in this 5-minute candle here, what all happened under the Trade Ideas carpet? How many alerts were triggered for ZM at this specific time right here? Come on, Pen, what you doing? There we go. All right, right here in this candle, as that break was occurring, we could hypothesize based on our limited experience with the product. And, you know, that might be 3 months, 6 months, a year. It just depends on how long you've been using the product. But we could do this. We could say, okay, instead of trying to guess what alerts and what filters might have been useful in identifying this area right here, this area of interest between 9:25 and 9:30, so we have to use Eastern time down here. So I'm just going to add an hour. So that would be 10:25 Eastern. So that would be my start time. I'd put in right here, 10:25. And then you'll notice we have duration. So if I just wanted to pick apart this 5-minute candle here, I would use a 5-minute duration starting at 10:25. So good to go here, but just so you know, these are the durations that you can select: 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60. And then lastly, probably be helpful to put the symbol in here. So when I hit submit, look what we're going to get shown. Okay, so instead of guessing which alerts may or may not have fired for ZM in this specific 5-minute candle here, we can get it right from the horse's mouth. These are all of the alerts that fired off as ZM was active in this candle here. And it's ranking them by frequency. So new high was triggered 70 different times there. Let's see, Fibonacci 79% sell signal went off 3 times, and so forth and so on. So if you're trying to find a good alert for this specific occurrence, here are all of the alerts that actually happened, right? So it's a very warm spot to start. In essence, when you're trying to take a chart and more or less reverse engineer it into a decent alert or filter combination that can help you find these things. And sometimes you know what you're looking for. Other times you just might scroll through the filter list, because not only is it going to show us all of the alerts that fired, but it's also going to show us all of the filters and what the specific settings were. So let's say you're an RSI person and you really wanted to see what the RSI readings were in this 5-minute candle here. Well, we just cruise on down here. Let's see. Always forget where these are. There we go. All right, so here are all the RSI filters. Let's say we were interested in the 15-minute RSI. Boom. Those were the settings, minimum, maximum for 15-minute RSI here. So this is a great way to start with an attempt to reverse engineer a chart into an alert or filter combination, instead of just starting cold and guessing what might have happened or guessing specific settings for filters. So it's a real handy little tool. Takes a little getting used to here, but I would encourage everybody to explore with stocks like this. All right, let me scroll back up here and keep knocking these questions out in the order in which they were received. Can you see percent up down in the pre-market on the channel? And I'm assuming you were talking about the pre-market channel, so let's just go ahead and click on the pre-market channel. Okay, so obviously this channel is designed for the pre-market, so all of these windows will function pre-market, but like, for example, gaps. And let's see, you were talking specifically about percent up and down, all right? So even though this is gap showing us the difference between prior close and next open, showing us that in a percentage value, percent up down in the pre-market channel. So if we wanted to look at change, hold on, I just hit the wrong key. There we go. All right, change. Because there's a difference between a gap and a change from close. Change from close is going to continue to change referencing the prior close or the prior open, whereas the gap is going to stay static, just marking the closing price of prior session and opening price of next session. So if we did this, change from close, I'm just going to add the filter to this column. Or excuse me, add the column as a filter. Okay, so of course we're in the live market right now. All right, but if we did a little experiment here and went to time frame, use historical data, and let's see, 5 minutes before the open for me would be 8:25. Okay, so this is what the top list looked like in the 5 minutes before the official open. Not only can you see the gap, but you can also see the change from close. And since the market wouldn't be open yet, putting change from open really wouldn't do anything. Okay, but notice, at first, before the market opens, these values are all going to be the same. All right, but then when the market opens, if we look at the next 5 minute block here, you're going to notice the values will start to change, and we'll go a little bit further into the open. Okay, so gap remains at 55.9, but change from close has adjusted, right? In other words, these stocks were backing off. So Iris, I think that's what you were getting at, percent up down in the pre-market on the channel. You know, before the market opens, it's going to be considered gap. Now, having said that, this window right here is designed to show you things actually moving around before the market opens, and we can always reference the change from close percentage value here. But a lot of the volume metrics that function in the regular session do not function pre-market, like relative volume. All right, there were some huge bull candles between 9:55 and 10:30 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, and that seems to always be the case, just depending on what stock you may or may not be looking at. Relative volume is number one. Yep, I sure do love it as well. Let's see here. My chat panel is not cooperating. And Gavin, your comment about could the pattern in ZM indicate institutional buying? Yeah, you know, I mean, you could apply any pattern and say, well, who's buying that today? Is it institutions? Let me click back over to my my layout, and we'll talk a little bit about that, because when you talk about institutional buying, institutions, they have to stay away from the really small cap stuff. Okay, most of the rules that hedge funds and institutions have, they're staying away from the smaller stuff mainly for liquidity reasons. But when you see big volume coming into a larger cap stock, and when I say larger cap, I mean typically I'm referring to anything over a $4 billion market cap. So like Billy today, BILI, hitting new all-time highs. That's why it's coming through this window. So, here we have Billy breaking out to all-time highs. Looking to the left, we don't see anything for it to potentially bump its head on. So this guy is in some blue sky territory here. But what is the market cap? We got 11 billion right here, as we can see from the market cap metric here. Now look at the volume in little Billy here. 6.5 on the relative scale. Big float, 262 million. Usually only cranks out about not quite 5 million, but has already cranked out 16 million, and the volume continues to pump. So when you see a big cap stock like this doing huge volume, you can't say for certain that this is institutional interest, but that'd be a pretty good guess. Okay. Now if we go back to Zoom, sure, anything could be institutional volume. But the lackluster relative volume here tells me that this is just normal type trading activity, Zoom's a pretty big liquid stock, 118 billion market cap. What do we got here? About almost 200 million in the float. Typically when there's volume in a big cap stock like this, you're not going to see all these wicks. So typically if you're trying to figure out, is it institutional volume? Okay. Is it a big cap stock? And how's that volume doing? Most of the time when you get big volume through the big caps, the only reasonable explanation is that it's institutional. Because, well, me, you, everybody out there in the day trading community can push some fairly respectable volume. When it comes to volume, like we just saw in Billy, it's going to take more than the day trading community to put these types of volumes in. So I hope that makes sense, Gavin. Yeah, block trades, Cyberk, I think they used to have a lot more weight than they do these days. A lot of those block trades go off on dark pools these days, and we never even see them. We do have a block trade alert within Trade Ideas, but it's kind of what I refer to as a vestigial alert. Could you get some useful information out of block trades? Sure. It just depends on what you're looking for. There are people out there that base their whole trading style around block trades. Sure, Iris. Eggy was coming through. This guy right here, as we can see, one of the last alerts coming through was EGY. Check out the relative volume, 11.151, and we've got a minimum setting here of 4. Plus 100,000 shares just to, as a little added extra. So I'll drop both versions of this in there. All right, there's the one for the upside. And here we have one for the downside. All right, there we go. All right, let me just scroll back up here, see if I missed anybody. So you can hear, Jenny? Yeah, it appears everything's working fine over here. Could have just been a little internet hiccup there. Okay, so along the same lines, there was some other people commenting on the institutional buying and selling. And so we have volume is always a good indicator, and large cap stocks. But sometimes there's going to be options being heavily traded along with volume. It's been a while since I accessed this list, and it looks like it may have went dormant here. Well, not really sure why that's coming up blank. Come on, fingers. Okay, I guess this window was probably pointed to the wrong exchange or something. So here we have a top list. Notice I've got relative volume right up here. We're just going to sort by relative volume. Let's see, do I have market cap up here? No, I do not, but we can just take a peek here and look at this little guy and go, okay, well, clearly this guy's doing massive relative volume, but market cap's only 430 million. So I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to come in here and add a market cap. And we'll just use the good old 4 billion. And I think now, I used to have to put in all the zeros, but I think all we have to do is add the prefix now. Let's see if it works. Let's come back in here and take a look. Yep. You used to have to put in all 9 zeros, but a recent addition that the coders inserted in there is if you want 4 billion, all you gotta do is put in 4 capital B. That way you don't have to type 9 zeros. Okay, so now anything on here should be a larger cap stock, and we can see the ones with the high relative volume. So definitely when you see extremely high relative volumes in these big cap stocks, And then you also happen to look over here, and let's just look at options volume as a percentage today, which this column is looking at calls and puts combined and comparing, just overall options volume. And this is also a percentage filter. So 100 would indicate normal options volume, but RJF today, not the highest relative volume, but huge multiple, trading about 14 times normal options volume. So let's key on one with a high relative volume and high options volume. Okay, double Y looks like it fits the mold. Rocking that 27.39 relative volume and trading 7 times more options today than what is typically normal. MFC looks like it's in play today. Maybe some institutional selling going on in there. Looking at relative volume of 8 and options volume 5 times normal. And of course, if you want to segregate it into puts and calls, you can see all that data here. A lot of people say, well, there's more put volume than call volume. Does that mean more selling? And that's always a good question, but there's always two sides to that transaction. If you're buying puts, you think the stock's going to go down, but the guy selling you the puts has the opposite view, right? Let's see here. Yeah, Gavin, if you can ride the coattails of institutions, that's always a great way to go, but it's kind of six of one, half dozen of the other. If you're looking, hey, I like volume. Okay, well, let's follow the volume. I like institutional buying. Okay, well, let's follow the volume. If the institutions are in play, the volume is going to be there, right? So it's kind of the same thing. But when it comes to institutional buying, it's more, you have to focus more on the larger cap stocks. That would be the defining factor other than just volume. Iris, if you look a couple of clicks up, I dropped those two links. I dropped the cloud links for these two windows into the chat panel. So right above Gavin's last comment there, you'll see two cloud links. And all you have to do is click on them, load those cloud links up, and you should be good to go. All right, Gavin, so if we wanted to put a strategy together for high volume, large cap stocks, then we would just do this. I'm going to duplicate this window. Might as well just start it from scratch here by clicking up here or giving it a double click. And since we're going to be talking about large cap stocks, then we'll just use the 4 billion metric again. Of course, different values for different people. Somebody might want 10 billion. But we'll just start with 4 for now. So 4 billion. And when we're talking about the larger stocks, I mean, well, you never know. You might have a $10 stock with a huge shares outstanding or a huge float, still might meet those requirements. So we'll just do this. We'll say between 10 and 150 bucks. We want to weed out the ETFs, so we'll use the earnings per share filter to do that, which means they either have to make or lose money, and by default, this will weed out all the ETFs and iShares if you don't want those in there, actually. All right, so we got big market cap. Now we want big relative volume. And let's just say 4. And then we have to pick an alert, right? Of course, what might be the best alert for this filter complement? We don't know. Not yet, anyway. So some of my go-tos initially are new high. Also, maybe this would be good for a pullback alert, right? So we'll check out both of these. 25% pullback from high since the open. This guy right here. So we'll try new high first, and then we'll see what we get. So let's just go back in here and review, see if I forgot to add anything. $10,150, 4 billion, weeding out the ETFs and iShares, just making sure our stream is clean, getting rid of the bad prints with the distance from inside market filter, and new high. Okay, so let's see. And Gavin, you didn't really say, is this intraday or would this be more for like multiple day swing type trading? And then to back test, we just come in here, right click, hit the back test. Never really recommend starting your back test on the open because while you might find some really good results in the first 1, 2, or even 5 minutes, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to get those prices because of latency and slippage. You know, it's typically pretty severe. So it's a good idea to avoid at a bare minimum the first 5 minutes. On this one, I'm just going to stretch it on out to the first 15 minutes and we'll see what's there. And we'll just let it go to the open. Okay, you said intraday. Yeah, and good news is with a couple of mouse clicks, we can do intraday, and then we can see what it looks like on a longer hold time as well. All right, so intraday, what do we want to shoot for right off the bat? Maybe an hour hold, maybe a 2-hour hold. We'll just kind of see what happens at 120 minutes. Risk management, percentage value. A lot of the times when I'm doing initial back tests, I don't even bother with initiating a profit target or a stop loss. But let's do this. Let's go ahead and attach a stop loss, something reasonable, like, I don't know, 2% maybe. 2% advanced, where we're going to test the, dictate the number of days to back test anything from 1 out to 65. My preference is typically 40. That's about 2 months on the calendar, assuming approximately 20 trading days per month. And then summary is just going to let you know what you got going here. So we'll give it a spin here. Don't know what's going to come up. Might be good, might be bad, might be indifferent. Okay, not exactly knocking it out of the park here. Interesting that there is spread between our average winner and loser here. 90 cents average winner, average loser 79 cents. Okay, let's just play devil's advocate here. Let's remove the stop loss and just see how big of a difference it would make. Would it help or would it hurt at this point in time? (42.9% with that 2% stop loss, and 46% that increased, but notice what happens to our spread. It goes away. So that would tell me probably better to leave the stop loss in play right now. And so that's what we'll do. Now, not the best results, and this is very typical of a first time scan. So, when I see red like this on a long scan, well, might as well go ahead and see, well, what do we look like on the short side? Do we go green or do we also stay red? Either scenario is possible. Looks like it's doing a little bit better on the short side, but unless we had decent spread between average winner and loser, it might just be wiser to stick to the long side. Okay, a little bit different of a story here. And this is kind of frequent. A lot of the times the things that we think might be good long events are actually better short events. So not only do we have a larger spread between average winner and loser here, we're actually green on the strategy return without even making any adjustments thus far. But let's look at the daily. Okay, looks like most of the most of the glory, most of the profit came on one big day. And that's typically something we want to try and avoid. We want a little bit of a consistency across the board here. So we're not going to really try to convert this to a short strategy. We're going to try to improve the long results, because look how many trades we have coming through over a 40-day period. A little over 1,000. Okay, so would it be possible to potentially, and see, this is the opposite. Okay, you got the one big losing day here on the inverse. So that leads me to believe that maybe we might be using, maybe it would be better to use a more conducive alert than just a good old high. Let's plug in 25% pullback and see if that does any better. Still got my stop loss. Okay. And by the way, the process that I'm going through right now is the same process that the AI goes through each and every evening after we update the database, except it does it like gazillion times faster. Okay, so not really a whole lot of difference here. We've got a dime spread right off the bat, but look, you know, that day is just unavoidable, it seems. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to new high, because it looked a little bit better. And then let's say, okay, doesn't look so good now, but what if we wanted to try to improve this strategy? Let me run the numbers one more time. Then we're going to take a little dive into the optimization tab and see if we might be able to improve this in any capacity. Okay, so we got our 11-cent spread back. We got pretty decent continuity with the exception of this day here. But is there any meat on the bone whatsoever? And to find that out, I would cruise over here to the optimization tab. And notice when we're in the optimization tab, we have 4 more tabs to deal with here. We can optimize by price, time of day, symbol, and then we can optimize by the entire filter set. So right off the bat, is anything jumping off the page as far as price goes? Well, looking at $20 increments right now, but let me just look at increments of 5 here. And we can see we've got kind of a decent mix between green and red here. We got this big red swath in the middle. So for some reason, it looks like stocks between 30 and 80 bucks, or we could even stretch that out to 85, do extremely poorly using this strategy. But for some reason, stocks between 15 and 30 seem to come out on top. So maybe this first simple optimization might really clean things up a bit. But let's take a peek. So if I want to set my minimum price to 15, I don't necessarily have to go back to the alert window. I can right click right in this field and say set my min to 15. It's going to open it up and do everything for me. I just have to click OK and OK. Now I'm going to set my max to $29.99 by selecting that option and clicking. Okay, so let's see if that really made a huge difference. Going to verify that my settings stuck there. Yeah. So let's see how big of a change, if any, that will impact. And it appears that we did increase our win percentage. And look, we got a lot of green in here instead of a lot of red. So we're dealing with smaller dollar stocks. So 11-cent spread here and a 7-cent spread here, but a lot better results. And we've really shaved down the number of trades from 1,016 down to 179. And now what do we got going over here on the daily? Okay, this looks more reasonable, because we've got more green days than we do red days, and red days and green days typically are appearing to be kind of equally weighted here. So not bad at all, just after one simple optimization there. And yeah, we can get into consecutive candles here in just a second here. Equity curve looking not too shabby. Of course, check it out here. Zero commissions for those of you who might be in a zero commission environment already. But if you're still paying commission, we can pop $1 in there, and then boom, we can get the lime green equity curve, which is always the most important, showing us equity curve including slippage and commission. And notice down here, we've got two different fields for commission. Dollar per trade, and then we can attach a share amount here because some people are in environments at prop firms where they're just charged a certain per share value. But in this case, we can use it to tack on slippage, right? So I've got a value of 3 cents in here, which tells the system, okay, let's apply 3 cents of slippage to the entry. And then of course, we always have to close that trade out. So let's apply 3 cents of slippage to the exit for a total of 6 cents of slippage on the entire trade. Helps give us more realistic results there. And if we wanted to see the entire calendar, we just switch over here. So, looking at the month of November, wow, what a nice little strategy, especially considering that this is an intraday strategy. You never know what you're going to stumble onto. Okay, so yesterday, these these are the trades that were kicked out right here, and we can see all of them. And based on what we have set up here, $2,000 per trade, we can see the calendar and how much we made or lost per trade based on those metrics. Looks like yesterday the big winner was, or the biggest winner, hey, no surprise there, Ride has been on fire. And I will give credit where credit is due. The CEO and founder of Trade Ideas has been screaming about Ride ever since this little area back in here. All right, and a lot of people here at the firm are riding that long in Ride, and it's paying off nicely thus far. And of course, what industry are they in? They are in the electric vehicle manufacturing. Of course, we all know that Tesla just got added to the S&P 500 not too long ago, so that's what's stoking a lot of these, a lot of interest in these electronic vehicle manufacturers. Now, the cool thing about the single stock window, while we're on this topic, is, hey, I need to quickly compile a list of all other electronic. Why do I keep saying electronic? Electric vehicle manufacturers. So from the single stock window, just go to similar, and that's going to produce a list of all. That's really odd. Okay, so I just typed in Tesla, all right, and now we're getting a list of other electric vehicle manufacturers. So just keep that in mind. Anytime you want a list of similar stocks from the single stock window, you just pop in here. I think maybe since Ride is such a new issue, and when I say new issue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Ride is only 19 days old. Okay, this was its IPO date back here on October 26th. All right, got a little off topic there, but I think you guys can see the value in the similar list there. Well, thank you, Iris. Do I have any strategies that can be shared? Well, I don't have anything just out of the can that I go, okay, here, try this strategy. It'll make money every day. Because I mean, even if we're back testing and using statistical probability to place value in the signals that are produced, or whether we're looking at windows such as these high volume windows and then just waiting for the proper timing to present itself, right? Because these windows are spitting things out all day that meet the simple characteristics that I want present in a potential trade. Because keep in mind, everything coming out of here is a potential trade. What makes it actually a trade? Well, I know that all the characteristics that I'm looking for in a trade are present in anything coming out of this window. But then the secondary thing is, how's my chart pattern? Is the chart pattern intact? And is the timing appropriate? So in this little Great short opportunity right here in Kiwi. All right. Right here as the stock is hitting a low, barely breaching, but hitting a low nonetheless. If I see the stock right here, I think to myself, ooh, this looks really good. Because clearly there was a seller in the opening 15 minutes, but they can't just keep pounding the market. They'd have too much price impact. So this is typical. Big seller, no gap down, just a nice, good seller. And then some buyers and sellers become equal for a period of time in this little area right here. But then the seller has to come back out eventually. He's got to, X amount of shares he's got to get rid of for his client before the close. But when we see this break right here, this is proper timing. All right. I would have gladly taken that trade, shorted it, used probably the high of the prior 15-minute candle as a stop, about right here, and then we would have gotten some nice continuation. But let's say I didn't see Kiwi till it was hitting lows down here. Well, too bad. Too bad. The sweet spot was right here. So if it's too far out of the sweet spot, yeah, it was a good setup, but the timing was off, right? Yeah, and I was going to get back to this because this strategy here, you never know what you're going to get. Sometimes you get something right off the bat that looks good. That's very rare, which is surprising with this one. But, typically, I would think, well, why does this look too good to be true? And I'd probably go back and find a lot of thinly traded stocks coming through this window. But see, we took care of that right off the bat with our market cap and volume requirement, right? So if we start perusing all of these prior trades, we should see nothing but highly liquid stocks coming through here. KSS, everybody knows who Kohl's is, right? Big float, usually kicks out millions of shares a day. So I tell you what, I'm just going to leave this as is, all right? Now, what's really interesting here is this is an intraday hold. So let's see. We had this set on a 2-hour hold time. Well, what if we shrunk the hold time? What if we cut the hold time in half? Would we hurt it or help it? You don't always need a stop loss there, Cyberk, but it's a more realistic approach, okay? Because you might get something that spits out incredible results, but then when you attach a stop loss to it, the wheels fall off. So translate that into the real world. What does that mean? That means you're sitting huge pullbacks, okay? Which, how big of a pullback do you sit? You don't know. That thing could go 1% against you, 2%, 3%. It could just keep tanking for the day. It's kind of like the AI in aggressive mode, which is just putting the position on and trying to weather it out till the close and hope between all the positions you come out on the green side. It's definitely the riskiest way to play it. Okay, so when we cut the hold time in half, we're losing ground here. Okay, what if we increase the hold time? How would that work? So we're currently on 120. Let's just tack another hour on and go up to 180. And if this doesn't show better results, then I would just stick with the 120 on the intraday hold time. Otherwise, you just get into hair splitting. Well, on the contrary, Cyberk, stop loss is important if you don't want to sit huge intraday wiggles, so to speak. Okay, and it looks like we kind of just we decrease. So we're going to, for intraday, let's just keep in mind that the best hold time is 120 minutes. Now, and I'm going to notate that in the top of the okay. We'll call this institutional long, and we'll say intraday hold time equal 120 mins. And then we'll see if this thing might be productive as a swing trade strategy. So timed exit instead of intraday, we're going to go, let's pick getting out at the open. Okay, so if we just held these things overnight with the intention of getting out at the open, how would that work? Not looking too juicy thus far, but that's just on win rate. Maybe there's a spread. Okay, very interesting. All right, so on the intraday time frame, we had a 55.3 success rate, and we had a spread of only 7 cents between average winner and loser. Now, we dropped down to 50.3%, but check out profit factor is higher. Spread between average winner and loser is now 34 cents, and we've increased our strategy return here. And by the way, I don't even have my equity dialed in properly here because these numbers are based around a 4-to-1 intraday hold time or 4-to-1 intraday leverage. So if we needed $20,000 of buying power on the busiest day, then we just really needed a little over 5,100 in equity if we have 4-to-1 intraday buying power. So for those of you who do have 4-to-1 intraday buying power, look how juicy the return gets. Let's say you only have 2-to-1 intraday buying power. We'd need, and we'll just use 11,000 here. Still pretty handsome as far as the projected annual and monthly return here. All right, so that was just holding into the next open. What if we got the open day after tomorrow? Once again, it looks like win rate is suffering, but will spread increase between winner and loser? Okay, well, look here, we lost a little bit of traction as far as profit factor goes. We definitely lost a lot on winning percentage, but average winner and loser, big spread now to the tune of 62 cents. Okay, so, it is possible to have a winning strategy that wins less than 50% of the time, assuming your average winner and average loser have that nice spread there. We did increase. Well, we went up in buying power. Okay, so on a 2-to-1 basis, now we need a little over 16,000. Okay, well, for my taste, getting out at the next open looks pretty attractive to me. Okay, and once again, let's just review that. Getting out at the open tomorrow. Okay, so if you're going to use this for swing trading, swing out at open tomorrow. Okay, so here you have a window that we just kind of stumbled onto, and all we did is optimize by price and make sure it's the big boys that are coming through, and using a simple new high as the alert. Okay, and it appears that this window is going to be productive for intraday at that 2-hour hold time, and even have some nice potential as a short-term swing trade getting out at the next open. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this in. Oops. So there's that link. Let me do a little time check here. All right. Now, let's circle back to what I was talking about earlier with the substitute alert. Let's just go ahead and plug in an alert that's different. Might work, might not. We'll keep all the settings. But just for giggles here, let's see what happens. And I think this was the get out at the open setting. We'll see. Did I keep the Okay, this is the getting out, oops, tomorrow. That's what I wanted. And sometimes this works. Sometimes once you get something optimized, you can just start swapping alerts out, and sometimes they hold up and sometimes they don't. But it's a good exercise to go through. Okay, pretty interesting here. So once again, all we did is swap out the new high alert with the 25% pullback from open, getting out at the open tomorrow. 30-cent spread between average winner and loser. Don't need as much equity. We'd only need that much. So we have decent return potential. Looking at the daily, not too bad, not too bad. But the nice thing about this is if we were to go back and look at all the trades, like last Friday, this thing just killed it on LI. Nice buy right there where the blue arrow indicates. And we don't have to worry about thinly traded stocks coming through these because they're all going to be big caps. All right, so what about this guy on intraday? Is it even worth paying any intraday attention to? Keep that same setting. And not exactly lighting it up, but still not too bad, you know. And of course, I just picked 25% pullback since open because it's one of my favorites. But that doesn't mean that if you keep plugging different alerts in with this same filter setting, that you might not find something equally as good as new high or even better. All right, little time check here. I know Barry's going to be coming back probably in about 5-6 minutes, but anytime I put together something that works pretty well, I typically like to see if the inverse will work to the opposite side. So I'm going to get this one, get these results back up just to make sure. And while that's doing that, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to use the old flip button. Actually, with this one, I'm not even going to flip. I'm just going to swap alerts. Okay, so here's the intraday result again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in new low and see if there might be anything on the short side. I'm not going to get too excited because of the market that we're in, but sometimes you do find something good. Never hurts to try. Always a pleasure, Mike. Who knows, this might be better for a contrarian entry, but maybe not. Okay, pretty much what I expected. Not a lot of juice on the short side using new high, but what if we just kept everything the same and still use this as a long strategy, just using new low as new instead of new high? Something looks odd there. Okay, same old settings. Just didn't look like the data was coming through like it should have. All right, we'll give it one more try here. I might need to reach out. I don't know, maybe the hamsters got tired. There we go. I wore out the back tester. Okay, so remember, this is the exact same setup, just using new low instead of a new high. And going long still. But the back tester seems to be slowing down a bit. Sometimes it does this. Yep, Iris, if you look a couple of clicks up, I dropped the link in there. Right above Mike C's last comment, the cloud link is right there. All right, well, at least it was fast for most of the calculations. Taking its time on this one. Don't know why it's taking so long here. Right, but it's the same window, Iris. So you can go in there and you can run the intraday for the 100. It's the same exact window, and that's the cool thing about it. You can trade. It looks like it has good potential for intraday using a 120-minute hold time. And for the swing, it's getting out at the open tomorrow. So see, the window's the same. It's just your hold time is different. Okay, well, I was wrong on this one, so you never know until you look. But using new low instead of new high would not yield anything good. Okay, the question is this probability for a swing? All right, so let's go back to these results here. Here we're using intraday. If we want to see probability for the swing, in other words, if we take a position today and get out at the open tomorrow, this is what the back test looks like. Right, all you have to do if you're going to back test it is adjust your hold time for intraday to 120 minutes. You'll get the same results that I'm showing. Now for swing, I set it to get me out tomorrow at the open, and this is the data set for the swing, for the overnight swing. 50% success, but larger spread. On the intraday version, if we're just holding 120 minutes from entry, we get a better win percentage and a smaller spread between winner and loser. So once again, the window is showing us, hey, there's potential for 2-hour hold times on the intraday, and if you're in the money on one of these things and you feel like taking the risk overnight and getting out at the next open, it's also showing good potential for that as well. All right, Barry, are you in the house yet, sir? Just let me know in the chat panel when you're back, Barry. Let's see. Glad you enjoyed it, Iris. Hey, well, practice makes perfect. Cole's asking, can you do XYF, please, for hold tomorrow? You mean the specific symbol? Pardon me one quick second here. Let's see, you back in the saddle, Barry? Paging Mr. Barry. Bueller. Anyone? Let's see here. So Cole, you were just talking about, was the question, does XYF look good as a swing trade for tomorrow? Was that it? Because you can backtest a single symbol, by the way. But as far as XYF goes, I mean, pretty nice little move today, even though we're still down, but a nice bounce off the bottom. So, as far as what might XYF do today, I mean, my eyes are drawn to this area of congestion back here, which, more than likely, unless we get a close above this line, then this area here that could have been support is now going to act or turn into potential supply resistance. Okay, Barry, I am ready if you are. Are you streaming already, Barry? If you're streaming, I will terminate my stream, Barry, but just want to make sure that you're streaming before I get rid of mine. Barry's teasing me. Hello, Barry. All right, well, I'm just waiting for Barry to respond. Bueller. Barry. Okay. I don't know, maybe Barry was so excited at the alert window that I created, he might have fainted. Glad you enjoyed it, Gavin. Well, I guess while we're waiting for Barry to confirm that he has indeed started streaming, we'll just play a game here. And we'll plug in different alerts. Crossed above daily high resistance. Oftentimes can be interesting. In the excuse me. In the meantime, if Barry can hear my voice and can type into the chat panel that he is indeed streaming, that would be nice.
All right, guys, so I'm putting everybody on mute. I'm going to just give you the link for my video that I'm going to do. And we've got the leaf blowers right outside, getting outside my window right now. Okay, and so if you click on that link, my homepage link, you will see right here. Whoops, what's happening here? No, I put in the homepage, not my link. Sorry, disregard that. Here's the one I want. So my homepage link. Okay, so if you want to follow my video, all you have to do, not follow it while I'm doing it, but sign up for it right here, the daily market recap, daily recap really. Click here so you can sign up for it. Usually gets sent out about a couple of hours after I finish it. I'm getting a bit of a late start on it today. All right, Jamie. So yeah, just so you understand what's happened, the last two. Okay, yeah, you hear the leaf blower. I'm gonna have to mute myself. I'm gonna be doing my video. So Jamie, just to let you know, the last two times, or a couple times this week, when I started my stream for Sean and for Mike, I booted them out mid-sentence. So the new way we're trying to do this is to for those to let me know maybe 10 seconds before you can say goodbye, then I can start. So if I boot you out mid-sentence of a goodbye, it's not the end of the world. Okay, I know we've been doing it before the other way all the time, but for some reason it was booting people out. All right, guys, I think the leaf blowers are out, so I'm going to rapidly do my video so I can get that out of the way. And I want to put the announcement in here. So I'm doing my video. I'll be back about, well, maybe a little later, say 1:30 now. Actually, I better say 1:35, just in case I have some technical issues, okay? So back around one, I should be back earlier, but just in case. Now I can't get out of this stupid... now I can't get out of this this routine here. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to get out. Just bear with me. I'm gonna have to get out of the my Epic pen. Oh man, guys, this is crazy. I can't get out of this routine to get rid of this, and I'm trying to end it in the task manager, but this thing is overriding everything. I don't want to have to reboot. Okay. Okay, so I will put myself on mute, so I'll be doing my video now, guys. Sorry about that. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, my goodness, I'm having an issue now getting rid of this. Just a second. Oh, brother. All right, one more time. Just give me a moment here, guys. See if I can. All right. Yeah, right. No, it's not that, Vicky. Okay, so I am now back. There's Cody, still alive. Again, I'm surprised it did this big bottoming tail down there. All right, so let me try to answer some questions. So, Martin, does it matter if we watch YouTube video? Well, the trading room. Hopefully, you can see my screen. There's a lot more activity in it. That's all. Okay, and it's easier for me to share scans and share things. But you can stay in. If you want to stay in the YouTube stream, that's fine. You can hear me. You can see my screen. It's just that there's a lot more interactivity with other traders in what I call the main trading room, okay? And you can access it here, it's free. In one of the previous TI live trading rooms, promised to upload the option chain filtering alert template. Yeah, Basim, that is not from me, okay? I don't know that one at all. Not at all. So maybe I do apologize. You're going to have to ask that. That's nothing that I've ever created. I've never seen it before, so you'll have to ask for it. And I'm just going to give you the where you can ask for it. Okay, I'm not sure who that would have come from. In fact, sorry about that. I've typed in the address wrong. Just give me a second. Okay, so just request whatever it's called, the option chain filtering alert template. Okay. Okay, so Andre. Okay, volume over. Well, that's a very. I mean, that would be a very very simple one. I mean, any. You know what I would do is I would take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay, and how to create a top list or how to create an alert window. The reason being is, I mean, that's a very 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 simple one to create, and that'll tell you exactly. Maybe not specifically for the 100, but all you would do is you would search on volume, configure, search on volume. Okay, and then where it says volume today, add the filter, and then 100,000. But you will need more. You will need more filters than that. Otherwise, you'll have way too many. So there's no preset because, I mean, you'd want to probably put a price range in, maybe a relative volume to make sure that, okay, big deal, it's trading 100,000, but is that abnormal? Things like that. Oh, exactly, too many. Well, okay, you can hear me? Okay, if you just want to find stocks that are trading over 100,000 shares today, I mean, watch. I mean, I can do it, but is that what you're looking for? Like stocks that are just trading over 100,000 shares? Oh, not today. Well, when then? Oh, past minute. Okay. So that would require a what we call a custom filter. Have you ever made one before? I mean, it's simple, but and the problem is in the YouTube feed, I can't put the instructions in because it won't copy in there. Can you come into the trading room, the other room? I'll give you the link, and then I can give it to you. Because I can't paste the instructions into the YouTube feed. It just doesn't work well. So I'm sorry, it's not that one. Man. Just a minute. So if you come into the free trading room, I'll be able to help you, okay? So Martin, configure an alert window. Again, if you take a look at the 20 short lessons, it shows you how you can configure an alert window. Meanwhile, guys, I mean, look at this move on HPR. Look at this move. Had news this morning, but it looked pretty good. But then before the market opened, it was starting to drift down. And look what it's doing. And it's a big float. 208 million in the float. Yeah, I'm not big on fundamental analysis at all. I mean, I don't mean that you shouldn't do it, but I'm the wrong person to ask. Sorry. And we don't have like internal training for that. I mean, there must be stuff all over the place. If you Googled, how to use fundamental analysis in trading. I mean, but because I'm more of an intraday trader, I don't really care. The fundamentals don't mean anything to me. Yeah, it's more for a longer term. Now, I mean, we have, if I right click configure, oops. So fundamentals, okay? Excuse me. So we do have, a bunch of fundamental filters. So I mean, people will look at, excuse me. People will look at income debt ratios, income, revenue, quarterly revenue growth, but that is nothing I can help you with. And as Thomas is saying, yes, you probably have to understand how to read a balance sheet. So, and yeah, meanwhile, back at the AYRO, I mean, again, guys, if it takes out 607, this could be an interesting swing. I mean, it's got some room. Guys, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Give me a couple of moments, okay? Or a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, so one of the things, when I create this watch list, and for those of you who are new to trading, I mean, the reason I create the watch list, well, the initial reason that I created the watch list, and I've been doing this now for, I don't know, maybe 5 months, 6 months, started doing it. For those of you brand new to trading, and you look at what I'm doing, what you see, all these alerts that come by all day long, and people talking about different stocks all day long. I know it can get overwhelming, so that's why I created this watch list. So that it's a watch list. It doesn't mean that when we get an alert that you absolutely have to take the trade right then and there. But it gives you an idea of just like a handful of stocks that you can concentrate on all day long. All right. So that's the reason I create the watch list. Now, you might say, well, how do I know when to get in? Well, I mean, that is going to come with some experience and reading these, as always, the time frames, the daily, weekly, and monthly. And how come I've got weekly and monthly? Because all of these are making new high. Well, here at this point, they were making a new high. So how much room does it have? On these higher time frames. So I mean, that's why I do it. However, I never thought I'd be using it, but if all I did every single day was just follow my watch list, I know I could make a living. I don't mean just today. I mean, and is every day going to give you, the huge moves like the arrows and the FUVs and the HBR? Of course not. But there's usually enough in there, with some experience that you can trade just the watch list all day long. Well, I mean, too late to get in. I mean, we don't chase. I don't chase, so, and it is dropped. So now let's see if it can hold. But you don't want to chase anything. You never know when this is going to happen, ever. I mean, look at this. There's a dollar drop just like that. Yeah, oops. BCLI, is it over? That's the one that was down around 3, right? Or 4, sorry. I guess it was 4. Okay, Basim, can you hear me? And you're not alone. It takes everybody. Believe me, it takes you a long time not to chase things. Because what happens is, you say to yourself, I'm not going to chase it, and you watch it tack on. Okay, you watch it tack on a whole bunch more, and you think, why didn't I chase it? So the next time when you decide, okay, this time I'm chasing, I don't care. And then that's when it drops, that dollar in half a second. So there's just opportunities all over the place every single day. So don't beat yourself up. That's all I can say. When you see something you didn't get in and it keeps running and running and running, and you say, why didn't I chase it? Okay, Basim, so I don't have that. Okay, so what I asked you to do, I gave you a link or because I don't have that. I have no idea who created that. But if you click on that link and go info@trade-ideas.com and just request it. I have no idea. I don't know it at all. It's not in. There's no such. It's not in like there's no TI cloud as such. Okay, everybody like individual subscribe. All the subscribers have their own cloud, in essence. Okay, so you just have to request it. Really? I don't have it, so I don't know why they would say that. I'm sorry, I just don't have it. I'd love to give it to you, but I don't have it. I don't know who created it. We've got 5 traders, trade ideas. I have no idea. I have no idea who created it. I'm surprised it would send you back here. Let me just go to our discussion thread. Oh, Andy was the instructor. Okay, well then that helps me. Let me. Option filtering. So I just posted him, okay, and I'll see if he's got it. If he gives me the link, then I'll post it in here, okay? No, I don't think he means. No, it was something from Andy or another trader. It's. I doubt if it's the options play magic. Yeah, there's not another trading room drawer. I mean, it's just another way to hear me. That's all. Hear me and see my screen. You're in the right one, okay? You want action. You want the action with other traders. Stay in this room, okay? The other one is just it's okay, but it doesn't have the same activity. That's all. Okay, so Basim, I'm just waiting, okay, to see if Andy. Here we go. Let's see if he posts a link or something. Well, Nicola finally did what I wanted it to do earlier, and it really is now giving it up. So Bassimi is responding to me, and I'm just waiting to see what he puts it. I'm surprised it's him, and it's not Sean, right? Sean is more of our options trader, but I'm surprised it's Andy. But I guess Andy might do options also. So he's got something option volume percent. He doesn't have anything that says exactly what you're looking for. No, I'm not aware of any rumor like that. I'm not aware of anything like that for Naked NAKD. Sounds like a good rumor though. If I were a NAKD shareholder or pumper promoter, yeah, I'd be pumping the heck out of that. I mean, listen, it's gone from 7 cents to all the way up to 5 times. I mean, there's no question, an extraordinary amount of volume. But meanwhile, Tiger is just absolutely, what is it, 656? That was the alert, so 685 now. Yeah, so Basim, we're having a he's having a tough time option filtering alert template. I mean, it's not called that. It might be just a simple option volume percent or something. He doesn't know what you're talking about exactly. But he's answering me again. You mean like here? Isaac, you mean like that little... Okay, so it just comes automatically, all right? When you click on an alert, making, say, a new high, or it doesn't really matter, but if I click down here, solo, it's automatically going to appear. It's just telling me the candle in which the alert happened. All right, so that's a 15-minute. Can't see it on the 2, can't see it on the 5. If I back this up a bit, there you see the blue arrow there. So there's the 5-minute candle that happened on. That's all. There's nothing you have to do. It's just automatic. All right, so I think you're a little confused. He said that everything we show in the webinars is uploaded, and that's just not the case, or should be uploaded in the cloud so everyone can have access. Okay, so it's not like that, Basim. I'm not sure how else I can help you here. If you want, an options, something to take a look at options, I mean, I've got something that I can share with you, but like everything, there's no TI cloud. I don't know. Well, Tiger, I don't know what exactly is going on with Tiger. I mean, it's a fin, China fin, and I don't know if there's something specific. Sometimes, for instance, Tiger is backing some of the IPOs, China IPOs. Look at FUV still just surging here. So Basim, I'll give you something, but I'm afraid I can't help you any further. Okay, and this is what I call it my options play magic. He doesn't have what you're looking for. I think you might be confused. There's not a Trade Ideas cloud that every single strategy is there for people to look at. So let me get you something though that you could use if you want. Yeah, I don't know how to help you, Basim. I'm sorry. If you click on my homepage link, okay, so click on my homepage link. Okay, you see it. I just posted above you. And if you click on it, then if you click on my scans, click here, my scans, and then one of the scans is options play magic. Okay, so that has, that takes a look at abnormal option activity. And I can't tell you if it's exactly what you're looking for, but that's what I have. Okay? Speaking of options, look at the options volume today for Arkimoto FUV 27,000, which is 1,400% increase over the average. Look at the option volume right there. Yeah, just click on my homepage. Just click on my homepage, go to the scans section, okay, and then find the options play. It's called options magic, or okay. So just click here. Just click on this, and then go to the wherever right here, scans. Click here, and then option play magic right there. Okay. Just another way of looking for abnormal activity in a stock. Stocks that are having really, we didn't need to see that in the options play to see FUV, but sometimes, it's just another way of seeing really abnormal activity. But you can tell abnormal activity is right there. Look at that 18 million, or 18 times normal. And there you go. So right above you, Basim, Wavelab says that he likes it, says it works great. So there you go. So guys, today is Thursday. So today, Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 o'clock, marketing meeting. So I'll be attending that, and I'll be putting myself on mute. All right, so still, Arrow is still kind of struggling to get through 6. Gets through 6. I mean, again, look at that weekly chart way back here. This is, well, not way back, I guess, but what's that, July? July this year, it got as high as 614. So if we think this is just going to be tugged along with the rest of the EVs in the sector, and if it breaks this, I mean, look out. Next high looking left is 821. And it's a low float, 21 million in the float. So this could have some really interesting activity going forward. I mean, it's already in 3 weeks, including this week, gone from 240 to 6. All right, guys, so I'm going to put my announcement in. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I can still answer post or text-wise. And just in time for the leaf blowers to make their second appearance of the day. All right, guys, I'm back. And man, oh man, look at that HPR. Holy smokes, HPR! What a I would not have predicted this just because of the float. I would not have predicted this sort of a move because of that 208 million in the float. But I mean, wow. And I looked at the news this morning. I said, okay. Now look at the SPY though. Wow, man, the SPY is. I think we're stuck here, aren't we, guys? Yeah, I think this is stuck. This is. Shoot, I know it happens every now and then. I don't know why it happens, but because there's no way the SPY is down 41. I'm assuming the market is positive. Yeah, yeah, actually HPR was it yesterday too? Was that an AI alert yesterday? I can't remember. I don't see it here. Load your brokerage plus stocks list. Yeah, it did do absolutely. I do recall now that it did a split. Can't remember exactly when, but yeah, I sort of remember it doing a split. But you know what? Anybody who's brand new into this stock, they have no idea. They don't care. All they see is this. I don't understand what you mean. I cannot load your brokers plus stocks list. I don't understand what you mean by a stocks list. Yeah, so okay. I see what you're saying. So they must have done the reverse split. They must have done the reverse split within 15 days. Because this normally gets updated every 15 days. I see what you're saying. And what was it? A 1 for what? 1 for 50? And meanwhile, AYRO is getting over that weekly high. Well, it's getting closer, guys. 614 right there to that weekly high. Okay, I can do one. I don't back test very much. Well, not at all, Preston, but I'll demonstrate how you do it. Okay, what will not be included? Yes, in the channels. Yes, the AI is not included. Well, you might see it there, but you wouldn't be able to click on it. Brokerage Plus is connected, but the list of I don't understand. Like here's my list of stocks. I'm not sure I know how to help you. Maybe just do a reload then or something. You're sure you're connected? You're definitely connected to the simulator. You are definitely connected. Yeah, I don't know how I can help you if you can't see them. I know there's a way in which you closed out all your position. Have you closed out all your positions? Because, okay, so there is a, I know, Dreamer, I know you can help me. There's a way to just to show your open positions. And so you may have accidentally clicked on that. You pay 220. Yeah, so the package for 233, you have our premium service, WaveLab. Okay, so explain the backtest strategy. Okay, so basically what you do is this: you create an alert window. You want to backtest. Yeah, Kaiser, I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry, I just don't know how to help you. Maybe just exit out, okay, and reload it. Okay, I mean I just don't know how to help you. Okay, I mean I'm sorry. You're not seeing. I mean, maybe just reload it and see what happens. Because it doesn't make any sense. If you have open positions, and they're not showing. That doesn't make any sense. So the backtester is if you have an alert strategy, if you have a strategy that you'd like to backtest, you know, you want to see how good the strategy performs, how well it performs. So this is not one, okay, but I'm just going to show you how you start it off. So let's just say this was one of them. So you backtest the strategy, and I'm going to simulate a buy. I can have it at a certain start time. I can end it at a certain period. So I'm just going to show you how it works. Okay, so this is your equity curve, okay? So this is now the dark line right there is without any commissions or slippage. This is with commissions, that blue line, that line there, and then this is with slippage. So what is slippage? Just because you get an alert at $10, as an example, you may not be able to get a fill at $10, even if you're auto trading. So it may fill at 10.02, 10.03, and so you have to always calculate what your, and this is what this commission per share is. That is the slippage. Okay, so even if I took that out, if I took it out, you're going to see that the line would be, would be right up there. So it wouldn't be a bad looking strategy. But the minute you put in slippage, which is real world, you're not always going to get a fill exactly where you want. So that's the first thing. Okay. Now, next thing is in terms of the optimization. Now, there are a ton of things that you can do. Now, I only have ever really, when I used to try this, I'd look at time of day, and I try to figure out, okay, is there a time of day that I should be trading more than other times? And you don't want to cherry pick it down to, well, look at this, between 12 and 12:29, this is where I'm making all my money. That may be, but it's 5 trades, okay? So you have to have a certain number of trades. I would say the minimum, say back test it over 90 days, which is 63 trading days, probably a minimum of 100. I would say a minimum. So if your strategy is not giving you 100, you probably have to, because otherwise you're just cherry picking too much. So there's time of day, and then there's also, second here, there's time of day. And then price. So you might find that there might be a better price, or prices that you should stay away from. I can tell you right off the bat. I mean, if this were a real strategy that I was looking at, I'd be only looking at stocks up to $3. But again, it's only 42 trades. Okay, and you'd want that win percentage higher. Probably a minimum of 60%, things like that. That's about all I can tell you. I mean, there's all sorts of other filters then you can start to add in, lots and lots of filters. And that's where it gets really, really, I don't want to say tough, but you really have to have, first of all, the time and the inclination to do that sort of thing. Because you can mess around with all these different filters and, okay, what if I added this? What would happen to my strategy? Okay? So that is sort of the bare bones. I would look at time of day and price as a starting point, just to see, if there is a better time of day to stay away from or to only trade, and then maybe even a price range. That's where I would start. And look at the SPY. Yeah, no, hello, SPY is right. And yeah, man, oh man, I don't know what it is right now, but this is stuck. My indices are stuck, unfortunately. Well, then that's not good, because if it was 3 weeks ago, okay, let me, it's usually every 2 weeks. Let's say the 15th and 30th. So let me just, so is that for sure that it was 3 weeks ago, Torps? Can you tell me the exact date that it was, that was, so I can pass that on? And then I'll pass that on and find out why Our provider has not updated that. And what was the reverse split? What was the ratio, please? If you can just tell me. So if you give me the date and the ratio, that'd be very helpful. So you're 100%, yeah, as the dreamer is saying, you're 100% sure that you are connected. See, the minute I'm unconnected, that's what's going to happen, or disconnected, that's what's going to happen. Wow, this AYRO, this could, man, this could be a swing, guys. It closes well. I'm going to watch this one towards the end. Because now that's making way more sense in terms of why HPR is moving like the way it is because of that float. I know Torps is digging that information up for me. Guys, AYRO, this could be really interesting as a potential swing if it stays above that 617. Well, people are talking about maybe a stimulus is on the horizon. I think that's the reason. This could be really interesting, especially after hours even. Keep an eye on the AYRO. I mean, I'm going to be leaving at 3 o'clock, but I mean, you know, you want to keep an eye on this AYRO. If it can maintain over that high, that weekly high, which I think is 617, you know, I mean, it still has 823 is the next high looking left. Okay, thank you very much. So that's October. So that's far enough away. Okay, thanks, Torps. All right, guys, so I shall be shutting the room down. What time is it now? 2:49, so I'll be shutting at 3 o'clock. What a day. I say that every day, I think, but it is, what a day. Well, as Torps has pointed out, this is actually about a 4 million float. Okay, so because they did a 50 to 1, 1 for 50 on October 30th. So my thoughts, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just an incredible run. But so there's only really 4 million in the float, not 208 million. That's why it's running like crazy. I could not really figure that out because yeah, the news is good, but you look at the weekly chart. I mean, I suppose you really get adventuresome. I mean, it has room to 20. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Keep an eye on this AYRO. I mean, if it holds over that 617, and I mean, it's a low float, 21 million, so it's already traded the float almost 1.5 times, so 20 times normal. I mean, it's part of this. I keep saying it's part of the EV. I'm going to, just based on what it looks like they do, so it looks like it's part of the EV sector. Don't know if there's any other specific news on it. Yeah, okay, Newbie, okay, it is. Newbie EV stock Aero, so it is part of the sector, okay, that confirms it, okay? EV names rally again, including relative Newbie Aero. All right, so we are part of that sector. Wow, HPR, she's ringing over and over. Well, I mean, anything with a super low float, I don't know what your question is exactly. Non-pennies, a decent float. Yeah, they're probably safer. I mean, is this safe to hold overnight? Listen, it may just keep ripping. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, anything with a super low float, you run the risk of having, the rug pulled. So you should always know that sort of a risk. But, I mean, if this closes near the high, it would not surprise me if it kept moving after hours. It wouldn't surprise me if it closes near the high, if it doesn't have like a dramatic pullback. And you know what is not part of this rally? Cryptos. Right now, cryptos are not part of this rally. Yeah, Tracos, Care. Yeah, I just noticed. Yeah, that news that said it part of the AYRO. I actually added it. I just added it to the symbol list for the EVs. Yeah, I don't think there's any mad rush to get into it, Drora, to be honest. I don't think there's any mad rush. I mean, if it's going to do something, we're looking for multi-dollar moves on this, so. That's my opinion. Okay, that's only my opinion. I don't mind giving up, 20, 25 cents to, sort of get a bit more of an assurance that, things are going to run. And I just don't see it right now. I just don't see it. It's not acting like, right now all anybody wants to talk about are the EVs. Or HPR. You too, Thomas. Well, it might be. There it is. It just did, Vicky. I'm just waiting on the AYRO to see if it takes out maybe 630 again. It's just hovering around that 617 mark. Well, we have a horse race here, guys. So we have FUV at 1398. We have HPR at 13. So who's going to win today? Will HBR catch up? Then about $1 to go. I wish I had known that before. I mean, it's my bad. I mean, I'd completely forgotten they did a reverse split, but it is 3 weeks ago, and that's just an incorrect float. Yeah. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? I might do some trading on my own when I close down the room. Are there any other questions? Yeah, I don't know about a short cover. I mean, usually, there are no shares available to short TLS. Yeah, actually, Asia, I do have, I used to keep a list of splits. You're absolutely right, though. I do have one. I just haven't kept up to date on it. I should probably do that again. All right, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions, so I shall shut the room down. Tomorrow's the last day of the test drive. Whew. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I'll sign off like this. Hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Bye-bye.